He's withdrawing all those.
As soon as I see that stuff, I will let you know.
Okay. We are on the record for the hearings of the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for July 24th. I'm David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We're at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division. It is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 31767, dismissed. Case number 31877, continued. Case number 31878, continued. Case number 31883, continued. Case number 31884, dismissed. Case number 31842, continued. Case number 31300, continued. Case number 31301, continued. Case number 31900, continued. Case number 31907, continued. Case number 31908, continued. Case number 31909, continued. Case number 31790, dismissed. Case number 31791, dismissed. Case number 31792, dismissed. Case number 31915, continued. Case number 31916, continued. Case number 31478, continued. Case number 31676, continued. Case number 31682, continued. The administrative docket starts on page 9 with case number 31893 and goes through case number 31682 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear on one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 31829. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order amending the field rules for the Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 156 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit. 2. Create and establish an overlapping 2240-acre spacing unit comprised of all of Section 1, the east half of Section 2, and all of Sections 12 and 13, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 2240-acre spacing unit. And 3. Create and establish an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit comprised of Sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, and Sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 156 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit and or such further relief. I will note that this case was heard in June and is on the docket today only because of a publication issue. Attorney Bender, I'll give you an opportunity to comment if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, representing Hunt Oil Company, and you correctly explained the problem and why this case is on the docket today, and we have nothing further.
Okay. Any comments? Comments from the staff? Okay. That concludes everything for case number 31829. Case number 31873. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order amending the field rules for the partial Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 overlapping 3840-acre spacing units comprised of sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 154 North, Range 89 West, and sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17, Township 153 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing this matter on behalf of Hunt Oil Company. We'll have 3 witnesses.
Mr. Harkins.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Ryan, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company.
In what capacity?
Senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the Commission on previous occasions and have your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Ryan, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Yeah, graduated from Texas Tech in 2015 with a BBA in Energy Commerce, and additionally in 2024 graduated from SMU with an MBA. I've worked with Hunt Oil Company for the past 10 years, doing various land work kind of across the U.S.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning the applications that are before the commission?
Yes.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, offer the further testimony. This witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ryan, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31873, and let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit 1. Can you tell us what Exhibit 1 is, please?
Yeah, Exhibit 1's a regional location map showing the partial field in red.
Okay, and Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is a map showing existing 640-acre DSUs in yellow, existing 1,280-acre DSUs outlined in green, and the proposed 3,840-acre DSUs outlined in blue. Hunt's working interest in the proposed 3840 consisting of sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33 is 68%. And Hunt's working interest in the proposed 3840 consisting of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17 will be 70%.
That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Any questions from staff? Mr. Baumann,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Joe, by whom are you employed?
An oil company.
In what capacity?
Geologist.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Joe, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 3. As Ryan did, what I'd like you to do is identify this exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 3 is a structure map on top of the Bakken Formation over partial field, which is outlined in blue. The Hunt operated units are outlined, or the sections outlined in bold and black. The proposed 3840 acre DSU is shaded in red. Bakken wells are indicated by the blue laterals, Three Forks by the red, and the type log for partial field is identified there in the red circle.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4, and as what you did with Exhibit 3, identify and briefly highlight what's contained on this exhibit.
This is a type log, as indicated on the previous map for partial field. In track 1 is gamma ray. Track 2 are porosity logs. Track 3 are resistivity logs. On the log, the top and the base of the Bakken pool are indicated there by the bold black dashed lines, which goes from 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation down to the top of the Bird Bear. The upper and lower Bakken shales are indicated by the gray shading intervals, and our target, the middle Bakken, is indicated by the yellow shaded interval.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Worth,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Emily, by whom are you employed?
An oil company,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Emily, let's go to Exhibit 5. Can you identify Exhibit 5 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Exhibit 5 is the proposed development for the overlapping 3840 acre spacing units. The existing 640 acre units are shown and highlighted in yellow. The existing 1280 units are highlighted in a green dashed line, and the proposed 3840 acre units are highlighted in the blue lines. The existing HOC wells are in black. The existing other operator wells are in gray, and the proposed lease line wells are in highlighted red.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 shows the typical Bakken wellbore schematic for a horizontal well, showing approximately 150-foot frac stages.
And Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 is estimated reservoir properties, reserves, and economics for the proposed 3840 acre spacing unit, showing an EUR of 649,000 barrels of oil and a PV10 of $8.3 million, run on a flat strip price or flat pricing of $65 barrel oil and $2.50 MCF gas. And one secondary note is these economics are insensitive to the date since it's run at flat pricing. However, we do plan on spudding these wells in January 2026, so would respectfully ask for an expedited order on these.
And see, Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. We would offer the exhibits in case 31873.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Emily, on Exhibit 5, what is or are your proposed surface locations?
It is in the corner of section 32, 33, 4, and 5. So right on the township line between those two wells. Approximately.
So you're going to put the surface location on the section line?
It's going to be near the section line.
But you're not sure which section is going to be in yet?
We're still working on that. But right now I think it's going to be in the top right corner of section 5, but that's not completely solidified yet.
So the development of these 2 3-mile laterals, is it going to be in conjunction with any infill drilling?
Yes, so our current infill drilling program is west of these wells, and then following in 2026 we have additional wells in the area planned as well.
So you're going to develop sections 5 and 8 and 4 and 9 at the same time?
We currently have plans developing 32 to 5 this year, actually, and 4 and 9 are potentially 2026 to 2027.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31873. Case number 31874. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order for the Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 7 and 8, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 wells on said proposed overlapping 1280 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 31874 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
And they're still under oath.
Ryan, let's take a look at the packet of exhibits for case 31874. Let's go to Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what Exhibit 1 is?
Exhibit 1 is a regional location map showing the Ross Field in red.
And Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows existing 640-acre DSUs in yellow, the existing 1,280-acre DSU in green, and the proposed 1,280-acre DSU outlined in red. Hunt's working interest in the proposed 1280, consisting of sections 7 and 8, will be 63%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Ryan, you're depicting sections 7 and 12 as 640s.
7 and 12 is an existing 1280. And then section 8 is the existing 640-acre DSU.
Oh, I see. The colors were a little faded. I see it now.
Okay.
And then sections 10, 11, 12, and 7 are also at 2560.
Correct. 10, 11, 12, and 7 is a 2560 as well.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Joe, let's go to Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, Exhibit 3 is a structure map on top of the Bakken Formation over Ross Field. The field outlines are indicated by the blue bold lines. Bakken wells are indicated by blue laterals. Red laterals are Three Forks wells. The proposed 1,280-acre unit is shaded in red, and the type log that we'll use is indicated by the red circle and labeled there.
And Exhibit 4?
Exhibit 4 is the type logs indicated on the previous exhibit. Track 1 is gamma ray. Track 2 are porosity logs. Track 3 is resistivity logs. The top and the base of the Bakken Pool are indicated by the bold black dashed lines, which is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation. The upper and lower Bakken shales are indicated by the gray shading, and the middle Bakken, our primary target, is shaded in the yellow there.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
I'm sorry, did you say I could go? Okay, Emily, let's go to Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is the proposed development for the overlapping 1,280-acre spacing unit. The existing 1,280-acre unit is shown shaded in green. The existing 640-acre unit is shown shaded in yellow. The proposed 1,280-acre spacing unit is outlined in dashed red. The existing HOC wells are shown in black. The existing other operator wells are shown in gray, and the proposed wells for these 1,280-acre spacing unit is shown in highlighted red.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is a typical Bakken wellbore schematic showing approximately 150-foot frac stages.
And Exhibit 7. And if there's any corrections to be made on Exhibit 7, please do so in your testimony.
Exhibit 7 is the estimated reservoir properties, reserves, and economics. The blue title is incorrect. It's showing a 1920-acre spacing unit. It should show the 1280. All of the calculations were done on the 1280. It was just the title that was mislabeled. So this is on a 1280. The estimated EUR is 469,000 barrels of oil. With a PV10 of $5.8 million, run at a flat pricing of $65 oil and $2.50 gas.
And Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, if this application is granted, will it protect correlative rights, prevent waste, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the Exhibits 1 through 8, both inclusive.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Emily, looking at your Exhibit 5, The wells that come in from section 12 or section 11 on that 1280 or 2560 from the west, those are operated by a different operator, correct?
That is correct.
Have you been in conversations with them regarding the development plan?
We have, but I will defer to our landman Ryan to answer any further questions on that, if you allow.
Only real question is, yeah, anyone can answer, but any opposition expressed, or are they okay with this?
There are no objections from the offset operator.
Okay. And I guess last, maybe one more question for Emily then. Does this development constitute full development on what you think will be developed for Section 8?
Yes.
That southernmost well that you've got depicted then, is that where you intend to place it, or are you likely to drill that a little further south than that line is indicating?
We would consider drilling it a little bit further south. This is just for illustrative purposes.
So you're going to try to effectively equally space those 3 laterals across Section 8 and kind of tighten them up as they go through 7?
We're going to do everything we can to fully drain that Section 8.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I guess since you're drilling across some existing well bores, do you have any plans, anything you're doing special with your stimulation where you cross those well bores?
We are currently trialing skipping stages versus not skipping stages over existing well bores in our current program, and that would lend us to how we deal with this depending on the results from those.
Okay, and your intent with the existing wells that you operate would be to continue operating them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, Section 7 is currently part of a 1280. It's currently part of a 2560. And now you're proposing to include it in another 1280. What's going to happen to Section 17?
We have tried working with that operator to get this developed. I believe they have other plans that they want to develop that on their own. We have made several attempts at trying to co-develop this with them.
And were those development plans to drill north-south wells in 8 and 17?
Yes.
Who is that operator in 17?
Slauson.
Did you get that, Mark? I only got part of it. Can you repeat that, Emily?
Slauson.
Okay.
Do you think it would be possible to get a response from Slauson indicating what their plans are for Section 17?
I'll refer to Ryan for that.
We can attempt to reach out to them.
Yeah, if you would please, and just try to summarize what their plans are. And it doesn't have to be much detail, but at least indicating that they have their own plans for Section 17, and submit that for the record, please.
Mr. Examiner, in response to Mr. Boer's question, I mean, it seems to me that, we have testimony in the record that they've been contacted by Hunt Oil. And, I mean, they're a prominent operator in the state of North Dakota. I mean, it seems to me that, they bear a certain amount of responsibility to keeping up with the docket. And if they're not here and opposing, the commission should take that into consideration and not require the party that's trying to develop to go down and chase down all these other owners in the area. So I just ask you keep that in mind, because Hunt is here in an effort to develop. There's sworn testimony indicating that we've talked with Slauson and that they have other plans, and now you're requiring us to get additional information, and I just don't know if that's appropriate.
I'm not requiring additional information. I'm requiring an attempt, and my request still stands.
Tell us again, what is it exactly are you requiring?
Just a summary of what, I guess, if Slauson has their own development plans, if they want to share them, fine. If they just say, no, we have our own plans, that's fine too.
Okay.
Which is some indication that,
So follow up to the testimony that's already been provided that Slauson has its own plans.
correct.
Okay.
How long do you think you'll need to get that follow up?
What do you think, Ryan? Will a week be sufficient?
I think a week should be sufficient to attempt to get this information.
Sort of standard default.
All right, we'll keep the record open until July 31st.
That sounds good. If that's what Thursday is.
Yeah. Okay. That concludes our hearing for case number 31874. Case number 31767. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 156 North, Range 91 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2. Create and establish 2 overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing units comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35. And sections 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31767. Case number 31875. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 14, 23, 26, and 35, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, and I'm appearing in case 31875 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter.
Mr. Boxley.
It's like they're frozen in time there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. We have audio, but the video is frozen, but I don't think that's an issue, Mr. Examiner, so.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Mr. Boxley,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
TJ, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources
In what capacity?
as the land supervisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
TJ, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31875. And let's skip the cover page and go to exhibit L1. What I would like you to do is identify L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L1 is a general locator map identifying the field outlines as well as the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit outlined in red, comprised of sections 14, 23, 26, 35, 156 North, 91 West.
And L2. Can you hear us? Oh, there you are. We kind of lost. There, go ahead.
Are you on L2 right now?
Yes.
Okay. L2 is a land plat showing sections 14 and 23 of 156 North, Range 91 West, identifying Continental owning a 6.38% working interest and Hess owning a 76% working interest as well.
And L3.
L3 is a two-section land plat of sections 26 and 35 of 156 North Range 91 West, showing Continental owning a 90.91% working interest and Hess owning a 5.38%.
And L4.
L4 is the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit, showing Continental owning a 48.65% working interest and Hess owning 41%.
And because Continental owns less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing unit comprised of 14, 23, 26, and 35, will Continental have conversations with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yeah, we've had those conversations with Hess, and they are good with this plan to drill this as a 2560.
Okay. No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Nance,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
David, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
a operations geologist.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission on previous occasions and have your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
David, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Can you tell me what G1 is?
Yes, G1 is a general locator map with a Bakken structure on it with 50-foot contour intervals. The red outline should say 2560 in the legend. There's a typo that says 1920, but the red outline is consistent with the proposed spacing unit in this case.
Okay.
There's a red.
I'm sorry.
There's a red star in the. I'm sorry. There's a red star in the unit that will be our type log for our petrophysical measurements.
Okay. G2.
G2 is the type log that I just referred to. It is from the showing the Bakken pool, the Ross field from the 50 feet above the Bakken to 50 feet below the Three Forks top, and then below that is the petrophysical parameters that we use for this type log.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. George,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Elizabeth, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
Bakken Reservoir Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No.
What I'd like you to do, Elizabeth, is briefly highlight your educational background and work experience.
Yes, I graduated from Oklahoma State University with a degree in chemical engineering, and I have been employed at Continental Resources for 13 years, 10 of which I've been a reservoir engineer in different basins. I have been a reservoir engineer in the Bakken for about 7 months.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning these requests?
Yes.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Elizabeth, let's go to the next exhibit, E1. Tell us what E1 is.
Okay, E1 is a proposed directional plot for our 2560 spacing unit in Montreal County. This represents 5 proposed Middle Bakken 4-mile laterals within the spacing unit.
And E2?
E2 is our wellbore, just a standard wellbore diagram for our 4-mile well, representing a 4-mile cemented lateral with approximately 130 plug-and perf stages.
And E3.
E3 is the reservoir and economic calculations. We anticipate on a per well basis an initial rate of 2,000 barrels per day, an oil EUR of 1.1 million barrels, a gas EUR of 4.36 BCF, totaling 1.8 million barrels of oil equivalent. The economics represent an oil price of $60 and a gas price of $3, a drilling cost of $14.5 million, operating costs of just shy of $8,000 a month, for a rate of return of 36% and a payout of 2.4 years. The reservoir parameters listed below are also represented in the geologic exhibit.
And Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Elizabeth, on your Exhibit E3, your drilling costs, is that just drilling and completion and facilities, or are there other costs included in there?
That is drilling, completions, and facilities inclusive of pad construction and infrastructure.
And it's $14.5 million per well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth, on your E1, when you're drilling across the existing wellbores, or that existing wellbore that crosses 14 and 23, do you have any plans for your stimulation?
We likely will skip the stages that overlap with existing wellbores. Have not identified our exact buffer as to how far of a distance we want, but we are exploring the option of eliminating those stages.
Okay. And that well is operated by Hess currently, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know if they intend to continue operating that well once these wells are drilled?
They do, yes.
Okay. And I guess one extra question. Our packet has an exhibit G3. I'm not sure it was identified by anybody.
It was not identified by anybody. This is as I understand it, this is an exhibit that the Commission has been requesting we provide. I don't know that an explanation is required. It just lays out the various development in the area. If you'd like the geologic witness to discuss it, we can, but I intentionally skipped it.
I think just someone to identify the exhibit.
Or after you finish with questions from Elizabeth, we'll recall the geologic witness to identify G3.
Okay, thank you.
You can recall the witness.
Okay. David, let's go back to G3. Can you identify exhibit G3?
Yes, G3 is the same as G1, except it shows the current wells in the surrounding area, with green being Middle Bakken wells and pink being Three Forks wells. And usually we would have Continental's units right there on those, but to show, where we could put more sticks in the future, but that shows the current wells as is today.
Okay, and it was included in the packet for the reasons that I referred to in response to Mr. Suggs's question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any questions?
I'll just note there's that same typo on that exhibit with the 1920 versus 2560.
Trouble hearing you.
Yes, I should have mentioned that as well.
Okay.
There's that typo on there.
Okay. The witness heard it. That's all that's important, I guess. So, thank you.
concludes our hearing for case number 31875. Case number 31876. Application of Continental Resources Inc. for an order for the Beaver Lodge, Bach, and Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, to create an overlapping 640-acre space unit comprised of Section 1, Township 155 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling, completing, and producing of 2 horizontal wells, each 2 miles in length, with a surface location approximately 3520 feet from the east line and 100 feet from the north line of Section 1. Along the well will be drilled at an approximate azimuth 180 degrees south, then turning the well bore approximately 180 degrees, and then allowing the well to be drilled at an approximate azimuth of 360 degrees north, with a well terminus location approximately 1,500 feet from the west line and 150 feet from the north line of Section 1, with portions of the horizontal well bore to be located not less than 50 feet from the south line of said Section 1, as exceptions to the field rules and such further relief. All insured parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case number 31876 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
And they're still in a row.
Thank you. TJ, Exhibit L1.
L1 is a general locator map identifying the field outlines in blue, as well as our proposed 640-acre spacing outlined in red, comprised of Section 1 of 155 North, Range 95 West.
Exhibit L2.
L2 is a land plat showing all of Section 1, showing Continental owning a 71% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Lawrence or TJ, there's the word exception in the caption. Are we granting an exception to? I mean, it's not what we typically. It's just it's an amendment to the field rules. It's not a true exception location.
I believe the reason I put that language in there was when we get to the engineering exhibit, you will see that we're drilling the well very close to the southern section line. And I think after I filed it, I believe I had some conversations with the commission staff, or maybe it was even before I filed it, that when you're drilling, I call them U-turn wells, that if you get closer than 500 feet, the commission does not deem that to be an exception. But I put it in anyway so that we wouldn't have a problem with coming to the hearing and then someone saying, hey, this is an exception location and you didn't file the application correctly. So perhaps sometime during the hearing, someone can explain to us if in fact it is necessary to treat these as exceptions if you get closer than 500 feet. And if not, we certainly won't do that in the future.
So
I appreciate you bringing that up.
You did notify the offset owners then?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. David, let's go to G1. Can you tell me what G1 is?
Sure. G1 is a general locator map showing the top of the Bakken in subsea structure with a 50-foot contour interval. And a red star indicates the type well that we'll be using for our petrophysical parameters. And our proposed spacing unit is outlined in red.
G2?
G2 is a type log of the area showing the Kappa field from 50 foot above the Bakken to 50 foot, or to the base of the lower Bakken. It has the petrophysical parameters there at the bottom, and we expect consistent reservoir parameters in our unit.
Okay, and G3. Won't forget it this time.
Sir. G3 is a general locator map showing our spacing units. The type well is the red star, and all the surrounding development wells with green sticks being Middle Bakken wells and pink sticks being Three Forks wells.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Elizabeth, let's go to E1, and if you could, when you're describing E1, if you could briefly discuss the location of these proposed wells in relationship to the southern boundary of Section 1.
You bet. So E1 is the proposed directional plot for two proposed Middle Bakken U-shaped laterals within Section 1 in Williams County. So those two proposed wells are planned to be 150 foot from the south line.
Okay, and E2.
E2 is our traditional wellbore diagram representing the 2-mile lateral, cemented lateral with approximately 35 plug and perf stages.
And E3.
E3 is the reservoir basis and economic analysis. Each well, we anticipate an initial rate of 900 barrels per day. The oil EUR is 434,000 barrels. The gas EUR is 1.7 BCF, totaling barrels of oil equivalent of 713,000 barrels. For the economics, at an oil price of $60 and a gas price of $3, a drilling AFE of $7.8 million per well and operating costs of $7,257 a month. That represents an internal rate of return of 38% and a payout of 1.4 years. The reservoir parameters below that are represented in our geologic exhibits.
And next exhibit, GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the request to relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Elizabeth, on your exhibit E1, well, first I have a question on the black dashed line on the west side. And I believe that was shown also in case 31766 previously, but that a space unit for that well has not been applied for, has it?
I know the answer to that. No, that's correct. There was some plans to include it in this application, but those plans changed at the time that we filed this. I don't know, and I don't know if you need to know, but I don't know if there's plans to come back at a later date and request a 1,280 acre spacing unit and drill another U-turn well for that.
It would appear that they would want to drill all these at the same time, and that one hasn't been applied for.
And I can't respond to that question. I don't know if Elizabeth can or TJ, but is there somebody who can respond to that?
Our current plan is to drill the green laterals that we're showing on the plat exhibit E1.
Okay.
So we should have removed that purple dashed line for this exhibit.
Okay. And then I'll attempt, Lawrence, to answer your questioner. So on these types of wells, if the lateral is greater than 500 feet where it makes the turn, so you're going from perpendicular to paralleling the line, that does not require anything. In this case, where they're going down to the 150 setback, then where that well traverses from being more perpendicular to more parallel, then they just can't complete that area.
Oh.
Because it would be in violation of the setback. But my understanding, and of course these are new, that the way they want to drill these wells, there would probably just be a permit stipulation that they have to get approval before they complete the well, so we know exactly where the well is at that time. And then they would be given the measured depths probably of where you cannot perforate.
I don't know if we're terribly anxious to get an order on this, so I may ask TJ to respond to that, but we may want to leave the record open until next Thursday so we can address the issue of whether we would want to perforate that section because we asked for an exception location and gave proper notice, but I don't want to request that without talking with my client. So TJ, if there's no urgency, do you have any objection to leaving the record open for 7 days so that we can decide whether Continental would want to perforate that section that we won't be able to perforate if it is not an exception location?
Yes, that's fine, Lawrence.
And I would assume, and Elizabeth can comment on this if she likes, but at some point, I mean, you're gonna start stacking your fractures up because you're basically fracturing in the same area. So I assume that there's some engineering aspect to that too, where they wouldn't want to perforate at least part of that turn.
Yeah, I'm certain that that's something we're going to look at before we respond with a supplement exhibit or just a letter by next Thursday.
Yes, we will maintain some portion of a buffer. We have not identified how many feet that buffer is in terms of distance from already existing stages that have been placed, but there's definitely a plan. We just haven't identified the specific buffer zone.
So, Elizabeth, just if I may, will a week provide you with sufficient amount of time to make the decision that we need to make on this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And since this is, like I said, these are somewhat new, I don't know if we would have, could be a request for more information depending on what comes in, but I guess we'll see what comes in first.
Thank you for giving us the heads up on that if we request something that's maybe a little unusual, that you may require more information. So appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
One final item. Lawrence, we're in receipt of an objection letter from Lois Whitmer. Have you had a chance to look at this?
Is this did you say Lois Wheatmer?
Lois Whitmer?
Is that this one, sir?
It's a printed letter.
This is
This one. This is the pooling one.
okay. I guess we don't have any objection to the letter for case 31876 being made a part of the record, but I mean, there's no foundation, no indication what this person's area of expertise is, if any, and so we ask that if it is admitted, it be given the weight it deserves.
I will admit the letter subject to your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the staff? The record will remain open in this case until July 31st. That concludes our hearing for case number 31876. Case number 31877. Application of Continental Resources Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Hanson Bakken Pool and or Temple Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 159 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2. Create and establish 2 overlapping 3840 acre spacing units comprised of sections 20, 21, 28, 29, 32, and 33, and sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 159 North, Range 96 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit, and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31877. Case number 31878. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Temple Bakken Pool to establish 2 overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, and sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 159 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31878. Case number 31879, application of Rockport Energy Solutions LLC for an order authorizing the flaring of gas from certain current and future wells completed in the Ranch Cooley Bakken Pool and Ranch Creek Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota, for a temporary period of time and to allow the volumes of flared gas to be excluded from the calculations of statewide and countywide flared volumes as an exception to the provisions of Commission Order number 24665 and such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31879 on behalf of Rockport Energy Solutions, LLC, and we intend to call one witness in this matter.
Mr. Morales.
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
Good, thanks. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dylan, by whom are you employed?
Rockport Energy Solutions. I'm currently serving as the operations manager for them.
And in that capacity, as the operations manager, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight your educational background and work experience.
Of course. Yes, I hold a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Texas A&M University, as well as a minor in geology there. I've been actively working in the oil and gas industry, specifically on the upstream side, for a little over 12 years, where I've worked at numerous public and private E&P companies across North America, focusing on operations, specifically on the production side as it relates to facilities, infrastructure, and wellbore tie-ins on midstream outlets. Successfully connected a large number of fields across North America and wellbores to various midstream outlets and served as production engineer for many of those.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant matters concerning the request of Rockport Energy Solutions, LLC?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes, sir, I have.
For the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Dylan, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31879. Let's skip the cover page and go to exhibit 1. What I'd like you to do is identify exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon that exhibit.
Yeah, so here you'll show an outline of the two fields in discussion today, which represents the development areas for Rockport's development in 146, 99, and 98 of South McKenzie County, which will be the focus of our discussions today.
And those two fields are Ranch Creek and Ranch Coulee as you have them depicted on your exhibit 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to exhibit 2. Tell me what exhibit 2 is.
Yeah, so exhibit 2 in the map there, you can see a similar outline to the Ranch Creek and Ranch Coulee depictions we showed previously, as well as I have highlighted the 5 wellbores that Rockport had drilled and completed successfully in 2024. And, the 5 wells drilled in 2024, we believe is the first modern kind of completion and application into this area. It had been an area with very little development or drilling activity for quite some time, and we have came in 2024 and successfully completed and produced these 5 highlighted wellbores. In addition to that, we have 8 wellbores in this area planned for 2025, and this is to increase the testing of our thesis around the spacing viability in this area and the new applications that we've provided that have successfully increased the production in this area. As we're discussing, no gas gathering is available. Direct infrastructure at this time has showed to be uneconomic from our midstream providers, which we'll go into in much detail, without a little bit further development in this area, which we intend to prove up and continue to provide. We've engaged with a various wide RFPs on the gas side, spoke very specifically with ONEOK, Petro Hunt, and Kinder Morgan though, on getting gas takeaway in this area successfully completed, and have gone down, you know, all of those marching orders with them to come up with our conclusions today.
So it hasn't been a situation that Rockport has just been drilling wells with no attention to the fact that there's flaring going on, and that Rockport would like to do everything it possibly can to get these wells connected to a gas gathering facility. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Let's go on then to Exhibit 3. And as you did with the previous two exhibits, identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, so this map here, as you kind of work through the legend, you'll see a few red dots on the map. Those represent the same wellbore locations in a battery form, central tank battery form that we have shown you previously in the fields of discussion. And you'll see various colors of lines here, and what this represents is a midstream proposal that we've actually received and have in hand to get gas takeaway to this area and these wells. So the blue lines, the teal lines, I'm sorry, represent low pressure system that would need to be designed and installed. This would be about 7 miles of pipeline at the moment, and then as well as the orange line would be a low pressure connection that would need to be installed from the south. The pink line on the north represents the high pressure connection, which is a little over 5 miles, which would then tie into the blue line, which is the current infrastructure in place, the high pressure steel lines that are currently active out there. So significant infrastructure and just pipelines, but in addition to that, we would be required, as you can see by the small triangle labeled Hidden Valley Compressor Station. This would be a compressor station required to essentially boost all of this gas in this area to the blue line. So, you know, a large scope here estimated at $50 million was provided to us, and that is capable of handling kind of 15 to 20 million gas.
And at this point in time, you're not anywhere near that amount, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit 4. Dylan, tell us what Exhibit 4 is and why it's important to today's hearing.
Yeah, so this depicts some of the economic studies that we've just been doing as we look at the early time production data of these wellbores, their decline curves, kind of where the gas volumes are coming in. And so the blue line here depicts our current production and decline on a monthly basis, and then the orange depicts our current forecast for that. And so what we've done is, for simplicity here, we've provided, a realized price of $1 MCF, which is in line with the proposals we've received thus far. And as you can see from the current production, that provides a net revenue of gas sales of only $3.5 million, which further exemplifies how a $50 million investment at this point in juncture is extremely detrimental to the proving up and economics of these wellbores and further investments at this point. We really feel like 2 years of production with this new completion efficiencies in this area and spacing is kind of what's required to put a good forecast on a well. And so we're gathering data each month, but as you can see, it's still quite some uncertainty on where that decline rate will fall.
And Exhibit 5.
Yeah, so Exhibit 5, this summarizes the 5 wellbores in discussion previously that are currently online from October 2024 and December of 2024, and their current production rates there, as well as the spot test for the month of June, which is most recently. So, in summary, Rockport's been expanding this play westward into an area that was limited to legacy wells with under-stimulated completions and not gotten much attention or activity, and we've leaned in and provided a new methodology to this area and are really liking the early time results. And as it seems, other operators are starting to catch eye of it as well. However, the midstream outreach and infrastructure available in this area due to the kind of poor performance of historical wells is very minimal and not at the capacity needed As mentioned previously, the investment required as of now is in the $50 million range, and it's just not justified with current production and early time data we're seeing. And obviously, any restrictions to this production and forecast, for the initial time of these wellbores is critical to kind of assess the reserve potential and support the midstream commitments and have these providers be able to lean in and be excited to provide their capital to this area, which we feel we're working towards. So, our initial assessment shows a full build out of this capacity might take a development count in the broader area of around 50 wellbores. So, we had 5 last year, 8 this year, and we're continuing to see an uptick in interest in the area. So, but that kind of gives you an idea of the wellbore count to grab the attention and the ecos needed. So current economics just don't support that construction at this point, is what we found.
So with continued interest in the area, it probably would not require rock work to drill 50 wells, but just operators as a whole. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go on then to the next exhibit, Exhibit 6. As you did with the previous exhibits, identify and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah. So, since Rockport's been in this position since early 2024, we've obviously hit the ground running really hard with the traditional midstream outlets. But as we've progressed with them, and really along the way, we wanted to ensure we provided the most economic solution and most viable solution to the mineral owners as well as, our partners. And so we've aggressively explored all of the, beneficial use of gas captured that we could in this area. That includes, generation to consume the surplus gas as well as liquid knockouts, as well as using the processed gas for various other methods. So, we've gone down the route with the many companies, One LNG, Crusoe's, Torrent, MRU systems, very modular systems, as well as self-powered generation. And what we found is specific to this area is a lot of this equipment, these rental agreements will require, one, a continued sort of development. So while the economics look great when the unit in particular is running at a full capacity, as the wells, in such example here, as 5 wells decline, it quickly gets out of the economic range of this equipment. Second to that, many of these companies are not willing to put forth the investment or provide their units without some sort of long-term commitment, typically in the 2-year range. And our fear of locking in gas molecules that would not solve the long-term flaring issue, however, just provide some short-term relief, would lock us into a contract that would then deter traditional midstream outlets from wanting to lean in and come to this area if the gas was not available. So we've explored all these to the 1 yard line, and many of them are still in our hopper as deployment tactics. However, at this time, the field does not support the economics for these options.
Okay, and then finally, Exhibit 7. Once again, identify and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, so Exhibit 7 kind of brings us full circle here. So obviously our development overview. Again, we've drilled 5 wells in 2024. They're the first modern completions in this area, and really the first wells since, in 10 years. And we came in and successfully did that. We plan to drill 8 additional 3-mile wells in 2025 here, which will help delineate the field even more. But, at this point, there's not any high-pressure gas gatherings available or infrastructure at this point that is economic to the current development. So, due to that, we have challenges with the gas capture. It's kind of split into 3 main components. Economics, terrain, which the topography in this area, south of the Little Missouri, surrounded by badlands, is directly tied to the economic issue, which is not it's not a very easy terrain to lay pipe on. It's a lot of boring required, high capital. So midstream providers want to ensure that there is a long-term flow of gas from the area before they're going to lean in and provide that capital. And then obviously that ties directly into the infrastructure, which there's just simply very minimal in this area at this point. So, in in summary, our mitigation and outreach, we've been aggressively pursuing all options, whether traditional midstream providers as well as on-site gas capture options with power generations, LNG, CNG, as well as knocking off NGLs. And, as I mentioned, most proposals require firm volume commitments for multiple years, with uncertainty on some of the declines thus far, as well as kind of our future outlook. It's tough to dedicate those barrels without locking ourselves into a potentially harmful situation for the long-term flaring solution. And so then, in kind of summary, Rockport respectively requests the continued flaring authorization in this area to produce these wells at full capacity for 2 years to accurately assess the reserves, continue development and testing the area as well as the spacing. We feel confident that the attention this area is already receiving is going to continue to grow, and that the capital required to get the gas takeaway in this outlet is going to only come down and make more sense as we continue to work and capture this data and obviously responsibly develop the resources. Our goal is to get this gas in the pipe as soon as possible, as soon as economically possible, and also unlocking this area for the mineral owners in the state. And we feel that that's something we're diligently working towards. So that's it.
Mr. Examiner, I have no further questions. We would offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dylan, on Exhibit 5, you indicated that it may require 50 wells to support infrastructure. Have the midstream operators that you spoke with, was it them that gave you that estimate, or is that your own estimate?
Yeah. So fortunately, we've been working with Kinder Morgan. They were able to provide sort of mock forecast for us. They gave us the 50 million number with the current forecast we were able to provide. And then they provided us mock forecasts and how that would bring down the capital required by the operator. And so we were essentially able to back in to that forecast to come up with a ballpark range of wellbores that would be required to essentially make that capital requirement more economic. And it sounds like a large amount of wells. As we look, we're already going to have a base production of 13 wellbores and continued development in this range. 1 or 2 pads from an offset operator we feel like gets us to that kind of base number and working towards that. So it was a provided number from the midstream forecast for the volumes.
So in your opinion, how long would it take to get to that time frame roughly?
Yeah, it's it's tough to say. I think obviously Rockport doesn't intend to drill probably 50 wells in the next 2 years, but based off the interest we've been seeing from our offset operators, we've already seen some leasing activity that has nearer term timelines. I would expect as our production from the wells this year comes online that the activity for 2026 is going to significantly pick up, and in my opinion would be in that time range where towards the end of this year into next year that the midstream operators are seeing the activity pick up and can provide a economic viable outlet, and as well as lean in on the risk on their side. So it seems in the near horizon.
Has Rockport worked or had discussions with the midstream providers of doing investments with the midstream providers to help offset that cost and hopefully speed up the infrastructure?
Yes, and that's exactly what was so tough to get the proposals out of them is that this high capital type of number is deemed to them as not realistic. And we pushed them to get us that number so we can work towards what that solution is. And so in this scenario, they're counting on us actually to provide all of the aid in construction as the area and their technical teams become more comfortable, as well as offset operators begin to show interest and essentially buy into the area. They are willing and typically will take more of that risk back onto their to their side, which alleviates the economics on the operator side. But as of now, this contemplates us providing the majority of the capital.
Have you had discussions with the neighboring operators that are showing interest to see if they would be willing to assist with that?
Yeah, we've already, we've been working with both Continental and Conoco in this area on just various deals, and there's been interest to have continued sit downs with the operations teams. That's how we can come together on both, all of the oil, gas, water issues that this area provides. Unfortunately, that they don't have, wellbores and development directly planned. I think their development schedule is moving forward from what I gather from previous schedules. However, and as those sticks become, drilling schedule units in the near future, those dialogues are already open to have those conversations, and we think it'll be fairly streamlined with them.
If the commission was to grant your request, are you asking for 2-year exemption, or are you requesting 3, or what's the time frame that you would be requesting?
Yeah, obviously we're working on this each and every day. This, regardless of the time frame awarded or not, this is going to be something that we pursue and hope to get done as soon as possible. We feel like 2 years from the hearing is based off our development schedule and analysis of the area is sufficient. And obviously we'll work towards making that shorter, but that's the request right now. Yes, sir.
On that same Exhibit 5, you list 5 wells. Are those all first wells in the spacing unit? Initial wells in the spacing unit?
That is correct.
So those aren't restricted under the current gas capture guidance and order, but they would count towards your total gas capture number, correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you have spoke with alternative gas gathering or / capture providers, but in your testimony you indicated that most of them want a long-term or at least a 2-year agreement. If you're anticipating a request for relief for 2 years, can you explain to me why that wouldn't be an option that you would sign an agreement with if it's for a 2-year period?
I think given a 2-year period, the evaluation of these would be looked at differently. Our concern with prior to that potentially being awarded is that we would lock ourselves into a potentially not 100% capture solution and put ourselves in a position where we're harming the motivation of the traditional midstreams, which we feel like are the most complete solution to 100% flaring capture long term. So those are all still on the table, and we're still being evaluated. And given some relief there, we feel we can aggressively relook at and pursue those in a different kind of outlook. If that makes sense.
I guess why would that hurt your midstream or your long-term view of that? I mean, they're still going to see the volumes that you have from the well, and whether you're capturing that or not, I don't see why a midstream provider would consider you flaring as a more beneficial of their evaluation.
Yeah, not necessarily the flaring, but if for example, we have a battery that's making 1 million gas and we feel like we need to provide, let's say, two units that provide on-site processing for $500,000, and we secure those with one of the generator companies for 2 years. Now that midstream company can't allocate the 500,000 barrel or 500,000 cubic feet to their bottom line if they kind of evaluate. So we can't, most of these midstream options are coming with minimum volume commitments. So we provide a forecast. They say you have to provide these volumes to us or else you pay X penalty. So if there's less volumes to sort of be spoken for because they're tied up with a temporary solution, our fear is that there wouldn't be enough until kind of development picks up. There wouldn't have been enough meat here for them to seriously consider and provide these options.
But wouldn't you already be losing that volume over that 2-year exemption period anyhow?
Yes, correct. In the case of a 2-year exemption, that's what I'm saying is that we would then, we would essentially have the time to both capture and evaluate. And if we were trying to get a midstream provider to hook up sooner, and we didn't have those volumes to provide to them, is the scenario I'm just so within the 2 years is what I'm discussing. Is why it's been a deterrent at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan, on your exhibit 7, in your top section, you talk about no high pressure gas gathering is currently available and infrastructure build up require 15 to 50 million. And previous in your testimony, the only number that's been thrown out there is the 50 million. What is this 15 to 50 million dollar range?
Yeah, so the 15 to 50, as the current production we have right now, the $50 million is the number provided by the traditional midstream outlet. Essentially, as we provide more gas specific to Rockport, and what we've been able to promise is where we've seen that begin to slide down. There's also, if we look at some of the on-site processing that we've discussed, lower CapEx options does not contemplate full gas capture as well. So it's a little bit of tiered. As of now, the number in discussion to capture 100% of the gas, or even the 90% number with the current wellbores we have online, is the 50 million number, and then sort of tiered from there for less capture, as well as more wells are developed and come online. We've seen proposed as low as 15 million. However, those wells are not online at this time. Sorry for the confusion on that.
In your production evaluation of 2+ years, how did you come up with 2+ years?
So I think it's there's not a perfect system for that. Our reservoir team has looked at sort of what they feel the evaluation in this area from a decline curve standpoint that starts to increase the accuracy of EUR. And so when we look at, we've had a well that are coming up online at 1 year already, and we're going to be bringing on what we feel as the testing of spacing, which is the infill of many of these units that we've provided and how many wellbores that allows. As we get into the additional kind of year of those wells and how the EURs react, is where we feel that we can provide, investor confidence as well as operator confidence around there. So it's more so in line with kind of how we feel the decline curves land, and as well as the development spacing.
So it's not necessarily 2 years of production from day one for every well. It's that you need 2 years with an existing well, maybe then another child well comes in next to it, type of situation?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If you were to build out this low poly pressure line and the high pressure line today, starting today, do you know an estimated timeline of what that would take to build?
Yeah, they've indicated, that it could be in the 3-month range. This is very variable. We've looked at options of us building potentially hiring separate contractors to do the low pressure while, the midstream provider does the high pressure, or some sort of split and variation there. I think in summary, we feel like an early start in the spring can have completion by the summer is what we've kind of been talking. While we haven't received exact date scopes, that's been the high level conversation.
I guess also with the gas capture policy, and I'm sure you guys have read it, the commission can grant up to a year, provided that you guys are going to substantially increase your gas capture. But it sounds like you just want to flare the gas, which is what Mr. Tabor was getting at as far as for you don't want to bring in the MRUs or the mobile solutions, but just flare it and still have the 2-year exemption. I guess with that being said, what would be the most beneficial for you guys if that was the case where you had to bring in to actually capture the gas?
Yeah, I think as it speaks to that, I think our concern is continuing to work towards a 100% capture solution in this area, while also capturing as much as we can. The concern is if we did, some of these, hey, we're going to capture 30, 40, 50%, and in the long run, that's going to, as future development and this area continues to grow, it'll affect the midstream providers. If we keep locking up wellbores with 30%, then maybe we don't achieve the 100%. There's no, if we have the running room to be able to forecast out that we have the ability to capture what we're going to capture for, and work towards the maximum number for that year without harming the following 100% solution on the back end, which I feel like we can do, then it's looked at differently. So it's not an intent that we're requesting. We just want to flare 100% and that's it. I think it's knowing the certainty of how we can work towards the 100% allows us to then fill in as much as we can in the meantime, and that's our intent.
But to get the infrastructure put in place, it's not going to be within a year. That you're looking at 2 years, plus years.
Yeah, that's correct. Based off the current numbers we have now, it's not going to be within a year.
So if a mobile solution wanted a contract for 2 years, I guess I don't, like with Mr. Tabor, what he was saying, I don't see where that would be an issue to bring in those mobile solutions in the meantime. It shouldn't affect, well, I'm not sitting at the table with the discussions with the midstream, but I wouldn't think you still have your forecasts, you still have what they're producing. If it's going to be 3 years from now, I guess I don't see why you guys wouldn't bring in the mobile solutions in the interim versus just flaring it.
Yes, I agree with that. If so we're just getting the production decline data on these first 5 wells. So at this point where we stand, we would be comfortable deploying that, assuming that we had the year time frame. Under the assumption that we don't, and we needed to have a 100% solution by 3 months from now, then that would be the economic decision of do we have to not drill in this area? Do we have to pay the $50 million expenditure and evaluate that? Or given that the extended horizon, I absolutely do agree that we can work towards self-processing solutions as well.
Yeah, because looking at the production for these 5 wells, and they haven't even been on a year yet, they're over a BCF of gas produced already. So that's a lot of gas being flared. So if you're going to drill 8 more wells, considering that production, we can just, assume that it would be close to what these are already producing with the new technology you're discussing. That's a lot of gas to not look at to actually try to capture.
Yeah, I agreed. And our intent is to, I think that's maybe where our intent is not to flare for the next 2 years, if given the ability to. Our intent is to work up as many of these near-term solutions as we've discussed, and we can deploy them very quickly, given that we're not going to be, the problem is getting to the 100% capture with these solutions is what we see as an issue. They're very modular, but in the sense they still have very limited capacities, and without deploying a ton of capital to sort of capture the peaks, and then they're all out of, not in a full stream of service, then you have a bunch of units that are now just cost centers. Whereas then you can find which we've done those evaluations, find a nice baseline that, captures the most economic amount of gas as possible. but to my point, for a longer 100% solution, it's not going to be, as immediate without the deployment of that higher capital.
And I'll just give an example too, and it's laid out there too. So if you brought in a liquid stripper that would strip the liquids, that would be considered 100% gas capture, as long as it captures, I believe, over 60% of the C5s or higher. So any of that dry gas that you did flare would be considered beneficially used. So even though you'd be flaring the dry gas, you're still being considered as it being captured, and that's allowed in the policy.
Okay.
So, I mean, you'd still be able to get to it. And the gas, currently right now, we're only at 91%, not 100%. Now, I know as a company, you guys are probably looking at, trying to capture 100%, but it's as the policy and the order, it's 91% currently. Another question I have here, there's two SOGC wells close to these wells. I think 2 miles north, I think, of the Camden pad, and then from the Mary Carson pad, I think it's 2 miles west. They're connected and capturing gas. What system are they connected to with One Oak? Do you know?
I'm not sure specifically to One Oak. One Oak has been our probably highest priority and probably the toughest to work with in getting any sort of response or outlet. I think the biggest deterrent there too is those wells are on the north side of Ranch Creek, which are on the kind of north side of the direct Badland Valley, just north of our wells. And so what we've been told by One Oak is all of the system tie-ins directly near us on the low pressure side are either out of order or completely at capacity, not in a capacity to take wells of this nature. The second we've stayed pushing on One Oak, and their second push is that we would need to construct a compressor station. We would need to do all the tie-ins for our low pressure lines, which basically is a similar proposal to what Kinder had given us. That was in the $50 million range, which your $20 million of that alone is in the compressor station. So if they're in an area just close enough that has the ability to tie into an existing compressor station, it drastically changes the economics. So that I haven't looked into their specific tie-in points, but that's been our experience with One Oak at this point. And before we even had the 5 wells online, we were talking months in advance with these same groups. It went from no attention to it's just 5 wells, no attention. We don't know what the areas to the 5 wells are online, getting some attention to more recently stable production online. We're getting proposals, continued development. We feel is just going to be continuing to move forward to getting more lean in from these companies. We've had in-person meetings and sit downs with many of them as well, and essentially seeing that their technical team is interested to buying into more of the specific risks in this area and move towards that. As it relates to specifically to One Oak, though, at this point, that's the only proposal we have with them.
Are these additional 8 wells that you're going to bring on in 2025, are they going to be the first in the spacing unit as well?
No, it's a little bit of both. So one pad is going to be a new spacing unit, but all 4 wells, so it will test full spacing all at once. Another one will be an infill of both the Annie and the Merritt spacing units that are already online, so that will test the parent-child. So we feel like we're checking the spacing, parent-child, as well as kind of final development test, so to speak, for this area all in this program.
So currently, these 5 wells, you guys already requested for stranded gas, which is approved. And as Mr. Tabor already pointed out, they're first in the spacing unit, so they can't be restricted anyway. I guess my next question is why bring this to the commission now, when you're allowed to apply for stranded gas in these wells? So you're essentially allowed 1 year of flaring already. So why bring it to us now?
Well, I think it's one to the current wells are correct me if I'm wrong, but the current wells are coming up for hearing at the end of this year, correct? For the 1 year.
They're coming up, yeah, at the end. The ones that we come in October and December. But being that they're the first in the spacing unit, the commission can't restrict those wells at all. So you really don't need this.
Understood.
You really don't need this order until the new wells that are infill wells reach past that 1 year point. So if you bring in these
Correct.
8 new wells and you bring them on in the spring of 2026 and you apply for stranded gas application, we have until 2027 that you're allowed to produce those at an MER without fear of getting restriction. So if we're limited to giving a year exemptions per the policy, I mean, you're gonna, once it's over, it's done, unless you come back in for an additional hearing. But like I said, the language in the policy states it has to, you have to improve, significant improvement in your gas capture.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I think it was a proactive, attempt to explain this area, but that's understood.
That's all I got.
Anything further? That concludes our hearing for case number 31879. We will take a 10-minute break at this time. We are back on the record, and we'll resume with case number 31880, application of Devon Energy, Wilson LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the Glass Bluff, Bakken Pool, Foreman Butte, Bakken Pool, and/or nameless Bakken Pool. McKenzie County, North Dakota, swears to create and establish an overlapping 3,200-acre spacing unit comprised of the west half of Section 27, all of Sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, and the west half of Section 34, Township 151 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 10 wells and said proposed overlapping 3,200-acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31880, on behalf of Devon Energy Williston, LLC. And we will be calling 3 witnesses in this matter.
Mr. Carlson,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Brian, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy,
And what capacity?
advising landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Brian, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Yes, after graduating the University of Montana in 2005 with a degree in business administration, I was an independent landman for 2 years. Then I joined Devon Energy, where I've been employed as a landman in various capacities for the last 18 and a half years.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the pertinent land matters concerning the request that's being made in case 31880?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes, I have.
And offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Brian, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31880 and skip the cover page and go to exhibit L1. Can you identify exhibit L1 and briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit?
Yes, on exhibit L1, we have a regional locator map. On the top, we are zooming into McKenzie County, and on the bottom, you can see our proposed spacing unit in yellow. It is a 3,200-acre spacing unit comprised of all of sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, and the west half of sections 27 and 34, all in Township 151 North, Range 102 West.
And exhibit L2.
On L2, these are the existing spacing units covering those lands. I'll call your attention. I'm going to go from left to right. On the left, we have the gelled spacing unit shown in red, comprised of sections 29 and 32. In the middle, shown in green, we have the Safely Trussed unit, comprised of sections 28 and 33. And on the east, we have the Albert unit, comprised of sections 27 and 34, all in 151 North, Range 102 West.
L3.
On L3, we have a breakdown of the furthest west spacing unit, comprised of sections 29 and 32, also referred as the gelled unit. The working interest breakdown in that unit, Devon Energy owns 71.11% working interest. Vitesse owns 14.23%, Headington with 5.4%, and the other balancing owners owning 9.25%.
And exhibit L4.
In the central spacing unit, comprised of sections 28 and 33, also called the Safely Trussed, Devon owns a 92.08% working interest, PPJ Partners with a 3.3%, Vitesse Energy with 2.9%, and the other balancing owners owning 1.6%.
And L5.
And on the Eastern Albert unit, comprised of sections 27 and 34, Devon Energy owns a 97.23% working interest, Herman Oil and Gas with a 2.5% working interest, and JAG Oil with a 0.18% working interest.
And then finally L6.
And on Exhibit L6, we can combine all of those units for the proposed 3,200 acre spacing units of all of sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, and the west halves of sections 27 and 34. The combined interest is shown at the bottom. Devon Energy owns 84.73% working interest. Vitesse Energy owns 6.86% working interest, and Headington owns 2.16% working interest, and the balancing owners own 6.24% working interest.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Jankuska,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Sarah, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy.
In what capacity?
I'm a staff geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Sarah, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit G1. Can you identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes. That is a structure map of the Middle Bakken in the area we are discussing. Contours are at 10-foot intervals. There's a slight dip to the east here. All producing wells in the area are in green. Our type log, which we'll see on the next exhibit, that location is marked by the red star.
Okay, G2.
G2 is the type log I referenced on the previous exhibit. In that first track on the left side, that's our gamma track. The middle track is going to be our resistivity, and then on the right are going to be our NP and DP logs. The different intervals are named, and then that red arrow is highlighting our target interval for these wells, which will be the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Sarah, on your exhibit G1, just confirming the short diagonal laterals, the existing 32 and 33, those are Madison targeted laterals, correct?
Yes. Yep, that's correct.
And the rest of the wells on the exhibit, or in the spacing units, would be, are they all Middle Bakken targeted?
Yep, they're all Middle Bakken.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Luna,
Hello.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathy, by whom are you employed?
Devon Energy,
In what capacity?
a senior staff reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kathy, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been marked as Exhibit E1. Can you tell me what E1 is?
Yes, Exhibit E1 is a proposed directional well plot. If you look at the well plot, the bold red box is our proposed spacing unit. The existing wells are noted in black lines. The solid lines represent Middle Bakken wells, and the dashed lines represent Three Forks wells. You can see there are 3 total in the proposed spacing unit. And then the wells that Devon is proposing are in the pink solid lines, and they are all Middle Bakken wells.
Okay, and E2?
E2 is our planned wellbore schematic. We are planning on drilling all of these wells with 3 strings of casing, and we're estimating roughly 63 plug-in perf stages for each one of these wells.
And E3?
E3 is a set of estimated reservoir characteristics. So again, all of these wells are planned to be drilled in the Middle Bakken. We're estimating net pay to be roughly 26 feet, porosity 6.3%, and water saturation 54.5%.
And E4?
E4 is a set of per well economics. So again, all of these are middle Bakken wells. We are estimating an initial rate per well of 1,500 barrels of oil per day, and then oil EUR of roughly 414,000 barrels. That equates to roughly 514,000 BOE. For the economics, I chose to run these on a $70 oil price deck and a $3 per MCF gas price deck. That resulted in an NPV 10 of $4,845,000 with an IRR of 98% and a payout of a little over 2 years.
And then GM1, Exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Kathy, on Exhibit E1, are all 10 wells going to be batch drilled, or are you planning to do the north 5 and then the south 5? What's your proposal?
So we plan on drilling both pads at the same time on 2 different rig lines. And then they will be completed back to back and then flowed back at the same time.
What's your anticipated spud date?
Q2 of 2026.
And those are new build pads, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Kathy, and again, looking at your exhibit E1, I guess the Middle Bakken wells crossing the existing Middle Bakken laterals. Do you plan to do anything special with your stimulations?
No, we do not plan on avoiding any stages. We will complete the wells as normal. And then after completion, we will first turn online the new wells and then return the existing wells to production and then clean them out if needed.
Okay, so you do intend to return those existing laterals to production?
Correct, yes.
This might be a question that needs Brian's input as well, but the wells on the remainder of 5 and 8, I think I'm looking at the right sections, or sorry, 27 and 34, the Albert wells. The wells outside the spacing unit, those were drilled on a 1,280 acre spacing unit, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so those wells have shared proceeds with the west half of 27 and 34?
Yes, that is correct.
So the new wells that'll be drilled, will any of the proceeds allocated to 27 and 34 be shared back to the remainder of 27 and 34? So, sorry, would any of the proceeds allocated to the west half of 27 and 34 ultimately via pooling or whatever be shared back to the remainder of 27 and 34?
And Brian, before you answer that question, I think I need to point out to you that there's 2 different approaches that operators have used in North Dakota in terms of allocation of production on overlapping spacing units. The one approach is that it would get shared with all of the owners in that pooled spacing unit. I don't know what Devon is doing. The other approach is the owners that would share would only be those owners in the overlap. So if you don't know, I would suggest you not guess.
And I was not going to guess. I do not know and can provide an answer.
It is something that we might be able to provide for you in a supplemental exhibit, but I just didn't want him going on the record if we were taking a different approach. But as you know, Mr. Suggs, different operators are doing it different ways.
I think we will want a supplemental on how that would be done. So leave it open to request as needed. Okay.
So you're requesting it? Or, we're going to get more questions.
So Kathy, on exhibit E1,
Yes.
it looks like you have 2 laydown space units. Why do you want to combine them into one?
That allows us to better equally space the wells as needed.
In what way?
So we're not having to avoid I guess, worrying about that spacing or that section line going down the middle. And if we want to come tighter to it, we can.
So right now, what the well that traverses the south, most southern well in 28, 29, 27, how far from the section line is that well proposed to be?
Currently, as on the plot, I do not know off the top of my head.
So you don't know?
Space. Oh, the well's in the middle?
Yeah.
No, I do not know. The most northern well on the plot and the most southern well on the plot should be the legal distance from the section line, and then the remaining wells in the middle are equally spaced apart from each other. But again, this is the proposed directional well plot.
So I'm a little confused. If you don't know where those wells are to be located, but one of your reasons for wanting the 3200 is because they might be too close to the section line.
So I know where they are located on the plot. I did not calculate the distance if there were to be a hypothetical line going down the middle, how far off of that line they would be.
Oh, I'm going to calculate it. Let's try to get it real quick here.
I believe the way the math is playing out, it should be maybe roughly 550 feet.
That's what I get. Do you know how much oil the wells in the east half of 27 and 34 have produced?
Yes, the Albert 5H has produced roughly 320,000 barrels. The Albert 4H, which is a Three Forks well, roughly 190,000 barrels, and the Albert 3H roughly 350,000 barrels. So it's 850,000, give or take, total.
And how about the well? So is that barrels of oil produced, or is it?
That is their current cumulative production of those three wells on the east side of 27 and 34.
Of oil production?
Correct, yes.
Well, I'm showing the Albert 5H has produced roughly 240,000 barrels of oil. And what did you say? And what did you say you thought?
Oh, sorry. Those are the estimated EURs of those wells, not the cumulative production. I apologize. So yes, I believe. Let me double check.
Well, at any rate, I show the three wells in the east half have cubed roughly 668,000 barrels of oil. And that oil, the proceeds from that oil has been shared with the owners in the west half. with the assumption that when the west half was developed, they'd get to share in that oil over there. And I show the Albert 1H, I guess it is. The well in the west half has produced almost 313,000 barrels of oil. So much better than any well in the east half. So how does that protect relative rights if the owners in the east half don't get their fair share of the oil from the west half?
I'm not sure from a development perspective, I can answer those questions.
Who can?
Let me try to interject here, Mr. Gore. Are you suggesting that the only way this application can go forward to protect relative rights is that the wells could be drilled on the current configuration as depicted under E1, but the east half of those two sections, I can't read the numbers here, would have to be included in the spacing unit?
I mean, that is an alternative. I haven't had a chance to analyze or think about that, but it would appear, again, I haven't thought through this, to be protect relative rights better than carving that east half out.
Yeah. I mean, I would suggest to you that if, when this was brought to me, not that I made the decision, but that when this was brought to me, it seemed logical to leave those two half sections out because there had been extensive development on that, and those well bores would not be penetrating for the most part. Well, they would not be penetrating at all the east half of those two sections. And if we had done that, then brought it in, then we'd be facing questions about why are you bringing those two half sections in, because you don't even have any portion of the producing lateral in those east halves. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I think it goes both directions. I think I can see your point, but I hope you can see Devin's point on why the application was brought as it was.
No, I mean, just from a very high level, it looks like a good spot on paper because there's a big gap in there, but there are other issues that have to be taken into account. And when we're switching from one development pattern to another one, we're going to run into situations that we run into them all the time where there's going to be some difficulties, and there probably isn't a perfect solution every time. But this, to me, does not protect relative rights of those owners in the east half.
May I suggest that we leave the record open so that we can try to respond to the questions that you just asked Kathy, and then perhaps address some of the other concerns that you had, and then make a decision at that point in time, how we proceed.
Yeah. And assuming they decide the 3200 itself, just being 2 miles across with their development pattern, that's somewhat problematic in and of itself. So, but that's fine. You're more than welcome to do that. I don't have any other questions.
Lawrence, is July 31st fine?
Yes, thank you.
We will leave the record open in this case until July 31st. That concludes our hearing for case number 31880. Case number 31881. Application of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Stoneview Bonkin Pool and or North Tioga Bonkin Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 14, 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36. Township 160 North, Range 95 West. Authorizing the drilling of the horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this case, case number 31881, on behalf of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC. At this time, we'd respectfully request that case 31881 and 31882 be combined and consolidated for purposes of hearing. I mean, they are two separate cases, but I think we can get through the exhibits more quickly if we combine. And then we're also going to request handling the exhibits for 31882 first, and then moving back to 31881.
Any objection from the staff? Okay, your request is granted. I will call case number 31882 as well. Application of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Stoneview Bonkin Pool, Divide in Burke Counties, North Dakota, as follows. 1. To create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 161 North, Range 94 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit. And 2. To create and establish 2 overlapping 5120 acre spacing units comprised of sections 13, 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 95 West, and sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 161 North, Range 94 West, and sections 17, 18, 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 161 North, Range 94 West. Authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit and such further relief. I will note that in case number 31882 there was a publication issue, so the record will remain open until the August hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Once again, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, appearing in case 31882, and we'll have 3 witnesses in each of these matters.
Mr. Bossy. He's on mute, I think.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Kyle, can you tell me by whom you're employed and what capacity?
Yes, I'm employed by Silver Hill Energy Partners as the Bakken lead landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
And had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony, is this witness that of an expert?
Motion granted.
Okay. Kyle, I'm going to direct your attention first to the exhibits for case number 31882, and let's skip the cover page on that exhibit and go right to exhibit L1. Tell us what that is.
Okay, this is an area plat of Township 16194 in Burke County and Township 16195 in Divide County. The 2560 spacing unit we're proposing is shown in the black dashed line. We're also proposing 2 5120 section line spacing units, which are shown in the blue dashed line, one to the west and one to the east for section line wells.
Okay, let's go to exhibit L2 and tell us what that is.
Exhibit L2 is a zoomed in plat of the 2560 we are proposing, covering sections 18, 19, 30, and 31 in Township 161, 94 West, Burke County. Currently in this
2560, we have a 56.31% working interest.
Okay, and Exhibit L3.
L3 is the slide for the western section line well. We're proposing a 5120 spacing unit, and we currently own 35.29% working interest.
And Exhibit L4.
Exhibit L4 is for the eastern section line spacing unit for the 5120, covering sections 17, 18, 19, 20, 30, 29, 31, and 32, where we currently have a 35.29% working interest.
Now, in those situations where you own less, where Silver Hill owns less than a majority interest, will Silver Hill have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, sir. We plan to work with the working interest owners and work through those discussions to see who will operate.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. George,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mark, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners.
And okay, there we go. I was going to say we didn't have you on the screen, but and in what capacity?
Geoscience manager.
Okay, and in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Mark, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Can you tell us what G1 is?
Sure. So Exhibit G1 is a geologic structure map on top of the middle Bakken with a 50-foot contour interval. The red lines shown show the various field outlines neighboring the proposed spacing unit. The red star in section 19 indicates the location of the type log, which is included in Exhibit G2. And the proposed spacing unit is shown situated on the north end of the structural high associated with the Nesson anticline, and the structure's dipping to the south.
Okay, and G2?
So G2 is the Gilbertson 6-19 vertical well drilled by Jordan Exploration. The log displays captures the upper Bakken through the Three Forks into the Bird Bear. The target interval, which is shown by the red arrow, is approximately 70 feet thick, middle Bakken. And the logs represented are gamma ray caliper on the left with resistivity, density, and a neutron porosity on the right.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Jaroska,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
By whom are you employed, Billy?
Silver Hill Energy,
In what capacity?
Vice President of Reservoir Engineering.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Billy, let's go back to the packet of exhibits. Let's start with E1, and I should say start. Let's continue with E1. Tell us what E1 is.
Exhibit E1 has our proposed development plan for the spacing units that we're applying for. And so as you can see, we have 2 pad locations that we have identified in the southern half of section 31 of 16194. And our plan is to drill 3 wells off of each of those pads, all being in the Middle Bakken Reservoir. The main reason that we're looking at the Middle Bakken at this point is that we've got the 2 more modern Holte wells. One's in the Three Forks that's in 18 and 19, and the Middle Bakken one is in 30 and 31, and the Middle Bakken well has outperformed the Three Forks slightly, so we decided that we would like to put our laterals in the Middle Bakken. And as you can see, we plan on drilling 4 new wells within the 2560 that we are asking for, and then we are looking at the 2 orange dashed lines as the section line wells that would be drilled off of the common pad, and that would fully develop out this DSU with 4-mile laterals.
Okay, and E2.
Exhibit E2 is a typical Middle Bakken well design, and as you can see, we're going to do a plug-and-perf stimulation with estimated 67 stages.
And E3.
E3 has the reservoir parameters and economics. We're anticipating around 70 feet, 7% porosity rock, water saturation of 50%, and the oil in place for the 2560 itself is 49 million barrels. We anticipate each of these wells coming in at about 1,500 barrels a day and having an ultimate recovery of 724 MBO with 1.6 BCF of gas, and the economics associated with that at $65 oil and $3.25 gas, assuming a capital cost of $12.1 million, 100% working and an 80% net. We're looking at a PV10 of $4.9 million with a rate of return of 38% and a payout of 2 years.
And Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Kyle, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 31881. Can you tell me what L1 is?
Yes, sir. L1 is an aerial plat showing Township 160, range 94 west. This shows our proposed 5120 section line spacing unit in the black dashed lines. You can also see the green boxes depict the existing 2560 spacing units being one north, one south within that black dashed line box.
And L2?
L2 is a zoomed in portion of the 5120 spacing unit we're proposing, covering sections 13, 14, 23, 24, 25, 26, 35, and 36, giving further details about working interest ownership. And within the 5120 DSU, we currently own 24.86% working interest.
And because Silver Hill owns less than a majority interest, will Silver Hill have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, sir. We will discuss with the other parties and figure out who will operate this well.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Mark, let's go to Exhibit G1 in case 31881. Tell us what that is. I think you got your, are you muted?
Sorry about that. Let's start over. So Exhibit G1 is a geologic structure map on top of the Middle Bakken showing a 50-foot contour interval. The red lines again show the various field outlines neighboring the spacing unit, and the red star in section 24 indicates the location of the type log included in Exhibit G2. So the proposed spacing unit shown here is situated at structural high associated with the Nessananic line, and it's dipping to the south.
Okay, and G2?
G2 is the McCoy 21 vertical well. It's drilled by Conoco. The logs displayed again capture the upper Bakken through the Three Forks Formation and into the top of the Bird Bear. The target interval here is roughly 65 foot thick, middle Bakken indicated by the red arrow. And again, gamma ray shown on the far left, followed by deep resistivity in the middle, and a neutron density or neutron porosity and density on the far right.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Dilly, E1.
Yes, Exhibit E1 here is our proposed development plan. As you can see, we are looking at locations in the north half of Section 13, and the plan here would be to drill 3 4-mile wells in the existing 2560 DSU that's comprised of 13, 24, 25, and 36. And then we would, as part of that operation, we would propose that we would operate that section line well, given that everything in the adjacent section is pretty much developed up. So I think economies of scale would help, and that's what we're going to talk with Continental and Petrohunt about. In fact, we've already had conversations with Petrohunt about this and feel like this is the most prudent way to develop out this DSU with 4-mile wells. And so, as you can see, the section line well is planned to be right on the section line well as part of a 2-well pad of the development of this DSU.
And then Exhibit E2, is that identical to the Exhibit E2 that you presented in case 31882?
It is, with the exception of a couple of the TBD depth sets of casing, just because we're on a little bit different part of the structure, but we still plan the same kind of a stimulation with 67 stages of plug and perf.
Okay. And then Exhibit E3, are there any differences with respect to E3 in this case versus the previous case?
Yes, there's a little bit different thickness and porosity. You can also see that we're looking at the area of the 5120, which is basically double the oil in place of the previous case. Same production profile and same economics are expected here.
And then E4, that's a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these matters.
Yes.
And in both cases, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits in case 31881 and 31882.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Billy, it looks like there's some existing lease line 2560 acre space units that should be terminated, specifically 13, 14, 23, and 24, and 25, 26, 35, and 36.
Yes, we're looking at having this replace those 2 section line orders.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearings for case number 31881 and case number 31882. Case number 31883, application of Bakken Partners 1 LLC for an order of the Commission transferring operatorship of the Obrigowich 1-33H well and the Barranco 1-28H well located in Section 28, Township 142 North, Range 98 West, Glade Field, Billings County, North Dakota, so said wells might be brought back on production and or such further and additional relief. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31883. Case number 31884, application of SOGC Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Lone Butte, Bakken Pool, McKenzie County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Authorize the drilling, completing, and producing of a well with a lateral to be located approximately 320 feet from the south line of an existing 1280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1 and 2, Township 147 North, Range 98 West. 2. Authorize the drilling, completing, and producing of a well with a lateral to be located approximately 320 feet from the north line of an existing 1280 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 11 and 12, Township 147 North, Range 98 West. And 3. create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 147 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and such other and further relief. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 31884. Case number 31885. Application of WGO Resources LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Delhi Red River Pool to create and establish a 320 acre spacing unit comprised of the west half of Section 17 and the east half of Section 18, Township 141 North, Range 104 West, Golden Valley County, North Dakota. Authorizing the drilling of a well on said proposed 320 acre spacing unit. Such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case number 31885, on behalf of WGO Resources LLC. We'll be calling 3 witnesses in this matter, but before we call our first witness, I just point out for the examiner that there was an error or some confusion on how this application was filed and how it was ultimately placed on the docket. So a new application has been filed and it'll be on the August docket. We want to proceed with this hearing and then just incorporate the record because we're not anticipating any opposition. So with that in mind, we have 3 witnesses.
Okay. Any objections from the staff? No. Okay. Mr. Moritz.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Richard, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil Corporation.
And how is that company related to WGO Resources?
It owns the LLC.
Okay. Have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted. Oh.
Lawrence, I don't believe you offered what he was going to testify in.
What's that?
He didn't state what his position was or with any of the companies.
Okay, I apologize for that. Richard, what's your position with the company?
I'm Vice President of Land.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as an expert in that area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I apologize for not asking that question. Offer the further testimony of this witness as an expert.
Motion granted.
Richard, let's go to the next exhibit, or excuse me, the first exhibit, Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, it's a locator map showing the proposed drilling unit in the red box. Sentinel Butte Field outline is in the blue box, and it shows the oil and gas fields nearby in the green boxes.
Okay, and Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows the footage calls, and it has the circle is the bottom hole location, and the square is the surface location. And it shows in red the proposed drilling unit.
And Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 shows our leasehold interest under tracks 1 and 2 within the drilling unit.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Lawrence, I have a question. I'll ask it now. So you alluded to the fact that there's going to be a new application. What's the problem with the current? What's the problem with the current application?
I believe that the caption had Township 140 North, and it was changed to 141, or vice versa. I don't have that. Let me take a quick look. Yeah, it says 141, and it should have been 140, I believe.
That's correct.
It says 141. And you want to be in but the lands we're going to discuss are in 140?
Maybe Richard can answer that question.
Can you repeat the question?
So I'm under the impression that there's an issue with this current application, but we're proceeding to hear testimony. I was wondering what the issue with the current application is.
Maybe I can't respond. Go ahead, Richard.
I think it was track 1 that was placed in township 140. 1 instead of 140.
So
they were in two different, tracks 1 and 2 were in two different townships.
Yeah.
By mistake. They both should have been in township 140.
Let me take another try at it if I can, Mark. There was a question about what field this was in, and I received a phone call, and I didn't have the application in front of me, but based on my conversation with somebody, the commission staff, the NDIC changed township in the caption from 140 to 141, and it should be 140.
So we're not talking about the Delhi field then? Because the Delhi field is in 141.
We're not talking about what?
So if we go down, if we go down to 140, 104, that is an unspaced area. So I want to make sure we're not, because the Delhi field is in township 141, which is what the applications or the caption says. We're looking at 17 and 18 of 141, 104. Now in 141, 104, I mean, I'm still not quite grasping it, but maybe it'll become more clear as we go through this.
Let's go ahead, Richard.
No, I was gonna say, we're in 140. This was mistakenly, one of the tracks was put in 141. We're not in township 141. This well's in township 140.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But then, and of course, that wouldn't be, it wouldn't be an extension to Delhi anymore or anything like that. In fact, there's another field there just to the north of it. So have you submitted the application for August?
Yes.
And does it refer to the Delhi field? Just wants a drilling unit? Okay, then I think we're good. Just want to make sure we don't.
Yeah, we want to make sure we get it right for August.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for Richard? Lawrence there?
Just a second. I think are we waiting for Sarah? Are you going to look something up here?
No, the caption doesn't say the field, so I'm just going to see if she sent the application. I don't see it yet. So I assume the caption that she sent matches the caption on the application.
Okay. All right.
And why don't you just read that to me real quick? Bring it over here. Just to make sure.
So while they're looking at that, one quick question. On Exhibit 3, is it 100% interest that you own in tracks 1 and 2 in the proposed 320?
It's very close to 100%. It's right around 99%.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That ownership percentage is in both track 1 and 2, or the entire 320?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just I don't want to beat a dead horse here, Mark, but I mean what I indicated is that the Industrial Commission, as a result of conversation they had with me, so it was likely my mistake, changed the caption from 140 to 141, and that's why we are putting it back on the docket for next month.
Yeah, and I could see that confusion if the Delhi field is referenced. It's like, well, that's not in 140. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the error we made, is identifying the field, but we had the township correct. And I think what the conversation I had with the staff person was, hey, this isn't in Delphi field, and they changed the caption for the township. So.
Anything further for Mr. Moritz?
I hope not.
Ms. Hartwick,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Emily, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil Corporation
In what capacity?
as a manager in geology.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission on previous occasions and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Emily, let's go to Exhibit 4. I think that's your first exhibit. And what I'd like you to do is identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, Exhibit 4 is a map of the Red River Formation structure based on the B marker with a 100-foot contour interval, and it shows the proposed Hutchinson 117 drilling unit relative to the Sentinel Butte field to the southeast and the South Camel Hump field to the north. The structure map shows a dip panel going down into the basin towards the northeast with some subtle nosing. And it also shows the location of the Coon-Harkins 135 and the Sentinel Butte field, which will be the type log coming up in the following exhibit, which will be cross-section A prime.
And Exhibit 5.
So Exhibit 5 is our type log showing the Red River D zone, which is our intended target for the Hutchinson 1-17. The pool would be the Red River Pool, which is formally defined as the base of the Stony Mountain Formation to above the top of the Rough Lock. And this cross-section shows that relevant stratigraphy in the Olstead Pearl Well, which was drilled deep enough to encounter both of those defining tops. The Coon-Harkins 135 shows where that gross perforation interval is located within the Red River D, where we have productive dolomite in that well. And we expect a similar isopac thickness in the Hutchinson area of about 80 feet.
And Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 shows a more detailed structure map, and it helps better define our interpretation and the basis for the requested unit. So on this map, the proposed outline is shown in red with the bottom hole location shown by the black circle. It's annotated with a text box defining those bottom hole footages and the percent underlaying of that unit. So we're showing on this the standard legal government 660-foot quarter-line setback drilling windows with the pink boxes. And we're showing the 4 that are around the proposed bottom hole location. It helps illustrate our need for the proposed unit when we combine some of these geologic elements that we've mapped using 3D seismic. So the structural contours are shown here with a little more detail. In the black lines, you have a 25-foot contour interval. And then within the drilling unit itself, there are some blue lines that are on a 5-foot contour interval to really show the detail there. And you can note the location of that bottom hole on the little structural nose. Also shown on this map is the extent of the Red River D porosity based on our 3D seismic attributes in the Hashard patterns. So in the green Hashard pattern is the best reservoir quality area. The yellow Hashard is the transitional quality, and where it is white within that drilling unit window, we interpret that to be non-reservoir. So with this map, you can see that in order to penetrate the Red River D anomaly in the high quality reservoir area and also in the highest structural position, we need that to ensure our best chance of success at locating hydrocarbons and efficiently produce that anomaly without leaving attic behind. That bottom hole must be placed outside of those governmental drilling windows illustrated by the pink boxes. So this unit would allow us to drill the well at its optimum location, high on the dip panel in the high quality reservoir target area of the D. With the Hashard patterns, you can see that we are calculating this unit to be 65% underlaying, and that will flow into the following engineering testimony.
No further questions, Emily.
Any questions from the staff?
Emily, looking at your exhibit 6, the pod that you have identified looks like it would go just a little bit to the west of the spacing unit boundary. I'm assuming that's not very far based on your evaluation. How much of that does cross over into the remainder of 18?
It is very minimal outside of that unit area. We're really capturing the high quality reservoir within the drilling unit. It's slightly difficult to see, but if you follow the edge of that green hasher pattern, like in the southeast of 18, it really starts to curl up tightly against that drilling unit window. It's very close.
Okay. And then looking at your proposed bottom hole location, I know you had a fair bit of conversation about placing that in the optimal location. I'm looking at the narrowness of the ideal window up into that north part of 17. You would appear you'd be almost further structurally high, almost in the center of the west part of 17 if you move that to the south a little bit. Am I missing something as far as why you're locating it that far north into that interval?
Yeah, so we're really targeting the anomaly in terms of the reservoir quality as we're interpreting that on the 3D data. That is as equally as important as how we're placing it on that nose. So given all of the characteristics that we are looking at, that's the optimum spot that we have selected.
Okay, so the more detail or the detail that you have in that evaluation would push you, I guess, north to this position.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, I want to make sure I understand. So I thought you said you wanted to penetrate in the highest quality reservoir in the highest structural position, but apparently this nose has some bearing on where that is. Or I guess I should say, on not where that is, but on where you want to locate the well.
Yes, so we want to be on that little nose. We also want to be within the best reservoir quality area. So while I am showing you the generalized high quality reservoir area with that green hasher pattern, when we look at our various mapping products, there is variation within that green area such that where we have the bottom hole is the best target.
Okay. And Emily or Richard, do you know what your proposed surface location footages are?
Yes, I do. The surface location is 699 from the west line and 2,157 from the north line.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Ritzema,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jordan, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil Corporation,
What capacity?
production engineer.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness as an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jordan, let's go to the last exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 7. Please tell us what that is and what's contained upon it.
Sure. So this is a engineering data exhibit for the proposed well, the Hutchinson 1-17. I'll talk through each section starting in the upper left, and we'll just
highlight items within each section. So starting with the reservoir description, this is a Red River D target well. It's a dolomite lithology with a solution gas drive mechanism. The progged top of the Red River D is 12,036 feet TBD, and we expect a net pay of 20 feet based on analogs. Moving to the reservoir fluid properties, we expect a 38.5 degree gravity and a 610 GOR. And then the other items there are listed there for reference. And then going to the reservoir rock properties, based on the type log, 12% porosity, a water saturation of 34, and we expect a bottom hole pressure of 5211. And then the volumetrics calculate to 2.87 million barrels in place. And when we use our percent underlane factor, we find a recovery factor of 16% or 305,000 barrels. The proposed well construction, and it is a directional well. So it's a vertical directional well. We kick off, I believe, around 7,000 feet and then hold the well to the target. And the conductor, surface casing, and production casing measured depths, set points are listed there. Completion will be a matrix pressure acid stimulation. So we'll perforate and do a stimulation and then swap the well back. And then going to the lower left, which is our economics for the well, we have our IP and EUR listed there. An investment of a little over $3.8 million. And when we, and then an oil price assumed of $63 per oil, $63 per barrel. We come up with a 40% rate of return and a return on investment of 2.5.
Jordan, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31885. All right, it is just about 12. We've got 7 cases left with Dakota and 1 case pulled over from the admin docket. So why don't we take an hour break for lunch at this point in time? We are back on the record, and we'll resume with case number 31886. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcabo Bakken Pool and Daneville Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1. To create and establish a 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. 2. To create and establish two 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, and sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920-acre spacing unit. And 3. To create and establish an approximate 3,100-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed approximate 3,100-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31886 on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. At this time, we respectfully request, for the purposes of hearing only, that case 31886 be combined with case number 31887, and we respectfully request that we be allowed to proceed with the exhibits on 31887 first. We think we can expedite the hearing process by doing so.
The request is granted, so I will call now case number 31887 as well. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Daneville Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1. To create and establish 3 2560-acre spacing units comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, and Section 34, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, Sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, and Section 32, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, and Section 6, 7, and 18, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, and Section 31, Township 162 North, Range 102 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 2560-acre spacing unit. 2. To create and establish 2 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, and Section 36, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, and Sections 4, 9, and 16, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, and Section 33, Township 162 North, Range 102 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit. 3. To create and establish an approximate 4,100-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15, Township 161 North, Range 103 West, and sections 34 and 35, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed approximate 4,100-acre spacing unit. And 4. Maintain proper spacing for an existing 1920-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 9, and 16, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, authorizing a total not to exceed 5 wells in said existing 1920-acre spacing unit, and such further relief.
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case number 31887, on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. Before we call our first witness, just like to point out that the next 7 cases are on the docket, hopefully to respond to some of the urging that the Commission has given us in some of the hearings we have in the past. And that's kind of come up with a plan for this entire area in terms of spacing. And we think these 7 cases put us on a path to do that. Dakota is not the only operator in this area. There are other operators, but once again, this is a start, and hopefully it will provide some organization for the future. So with that in mind, our first witness is Ms. Allie Schuster.
Ms. Schuster, please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Allie, would you state you stated your name. By whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
In what capacity?
As a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the Commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Allie, you heard me make the request that we take these first 2 cases that are combined out of order in terms of the exhibits. Let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31887.
Okay.
And let's skip the first page, the cover page, and go right to Exhibit L1. Tell us what Exhibit L1 is.
Okay, Exhibit L1 is our regional locator map. This is going to be the same exhibit across all 7 dockets today, just showing where the area of interest is for all of these applications in the northwest corner of North Dakota, right on the Canadian-Montana border.
Okay, and then let's go to L2 and spend a little time in terms of what this map represents, keeping in mind how my introduction in terms of trying to find a plan for how this area will be developed.
Absolutely. So on Exhibit L2, please note that this incorrectly lists case number 31886. It should be amended to 31887. I apologize for that error. But this just shows the regional spacing layout for the area as we see it today. So the peach area kind of in the center is where our current development is. We started on 1280 development, moved to 1920 development as you can see it. We foresee this area staying on a 1920 development. As you move north and south into the purple corridors, you'll see more 4-mile laterals planned. So those are the subject of today's spacing applications, or most of today's spacing applications, where we anticipate spacing 4-mile laterals from or in the purple areas. And then the green just shows that you can continue this pattern in the future up to the Canadian border and then down south to meet other operators through Williams County.
And because CODA is not the only operator in this area, CODA can make plans, but it's not for certain that other operators will agree with CODA, but at least you've laid out a plan. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Let's go on then to the next exhibit,
okay.
L3. As you did with the previous exhibit, identify it and then briefly highlight what's contained on it.
Great. So Exhibit L3 shows the specific spacing units that are the subject of this particular application, 31887. It's showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2560 planned spacing applications in the red outlines, and then 4100 acre spacing unit in the red outline as well. It also shows the Daneville Daneville field outline and the Alcabo field outline, and then existing spacing, which we've muted. We also have identified the 2 overlapping spacing units and the 1920 overlapping spacing units. One is located in sections 1, 12, and 13, which we'll go over on that specific DSU in the future in a couple exhibits, as well as 4, 9, and 16, which we will go over in detail in a few minutes.
Okay, let's go to L4.
Exhibit L4 shows our first 2560 spacing unit. Located in sections 3, 10, and 15 of 161, 102, and sections 34 of 162, 102. CODA's working interest in the underlying 1920 and sections 22, 27, and 34, which is the northernmost section of this proposed 2560, is 60.67%. And then our existing working interest in the existing 1920 and 3, 10, and 15 is 93.28%. Making our working interest in the 2560 as a whole 83.90%.
Okay, and Exhibit L5.
Exhibit L5 shows the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit located in sections 5, 8, 17 of 161, 102 and section 32 of 162, 102. CODA's working interest in the underlying 1920 and sections 20, 29, and 32 in the northernmost portion of the 2560 is 16.98%, and our working interest in the 1920 and 5, 8, and 17 is 71.77%, making our current working interest in the 2560 64.76%.
L6.
Exhibit L6 shows the 2560 spacing unit proposed in sections 6, 7, and 18 of 161, 102, and section 31 of 162, 102. Our northernmost ownership in the 1920 and 1930 and 31 underlying this 2560 is 17% working interest. And then our working interest in the 1920 and 6, 7, and 18 is 33%, making our working interest in this 2560 26.95%.
L7.
Exhibit L7 shows our first overlapping spacing unit. So it's It's showing our proposed 2560 located in sections 1, 12, and 13 of 161, 103, as well as section 36 of 162, 103. We note that 1, 12, and 13 is actually the subject of case number, or is one of the subjects of case number 31886, where we were spacing one 1920 well in those three sections. Our working interest in section, or in the northernmost 1920 overlapping this, would, in 24, 25, and 36 would be 67.61%. And then our working interest in the 1920 here underlying this, which we would propose to be spaced in 31886, is 66.19%. Our working interest in the whole 2560 is 71.52%. The reason that we kept this spacing is there is a submitted APD that was submitted prior to this case, according to some previous cases earlier this year. It's the AL 2401-1BH well, located with a surface hole in section 24, drilling north and bottom holing in 1, which is why that 1920 is shown there.
Okay, let's spend a little time talking about the underlying, or the proposed underlying 1920, as well as your 2560. Is it fair to say that another way this could have been done is you could have requested alternative relief?
Correct.
Okay. And if the 2560 is granted, you wouldn't have any objection if the commission were to dissolve the 1920. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be our preference.
And there is a location already built. Is that correct on the 1920?
This one does not have a location built.
Okay.
This is the one that we anticipate seeing soon on our rig schedule.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next exhibit, L8.
Okay. This is the one with the location.
Okay. Thank you very
built.
much.
Yes. All right. Exhibit L8 shows a proposed 2560 and 1920 overlapping spacing unit located in sections 4, 9, and 16 of 161-102 and 33 of 162-102. Coda's working interest in the northernmost portion of this 2560 with the underlying 1920 in sections 1, 28, and 33 is 50.72%. And Coda's working interest in the underlying 1920 in sections 4, 9, and 16 is 79.89%, making our current working interest in the proposed 2560 72.42%. As Lawrence mentioned, we do have a 1920 that is spaced and ordered under case number 31235, order 33924. We do have an approved permit on this 1920 spacing unit. It is the block 0416-4BH.
Okay. And from the perspective that permit, do you have a recommendation as to timing? In your opinion, does the 2560 need to be created before the 1920 is dissolved?
In this case, we do have an approved permit, so we need that 1920 to stay.
The plan is to drill that as well?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yes.
But you won't drill both. You won't drill a 1920 and a 2560?
We prefer to drill this on a 2560.
Okay. Then L9.
All right, Exhibit L9, this is the last spacing unit subject to this case number. It's a proposed 4,100 acre spacing unit located in sections 2, 3, 10, 11, 14, and 15 of 161-103 and sections 35 and 34 of 162-103. In this case, these are all 1280s that are underlying the spacing. So sections 26 and 35. In the northern part of the DSU, we have 33% working interest. In the 1280 and 2 and 11, we have 46% working interest. And then in the 1280 and 14 and 23 in the southern portion, we have 73.91% working interest. I do believe that one, oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Never mind. But you'll notice that these, the sections on the westernmost side of this proposed unit were not spaced. These are right on the Montana border. That's the reason for this proposed 4,100 acre spacing unit. And our current working interest in the whole unit is 60.43%.
Now, at least one, possibly more, of the proposed spacing units that you've discussed for us here today, Coda owns less than a majority interest. In those situations, will Coda have discussions with other working interest owners in the proposed spacing unit to determine who should be the operator.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have of this witness at this time.
Any questions from the staff?
LA on exhibit L7,
Yes.
you talk about an APD on the 1920, and you want that dissolved, which is appropriate. But you talk about sections 24, 25, and 36 to the north as being a 1920.
Are you still on exhibit L7?
Is that not? I thought it was included in our previous spacing. If it had not been, it might still be on a 1280.
Yeah, I show those as 1280
Okay.
units.
That might have been one of the spacing applications we withdrew that was set for June, and that just is my error.
And then submitted APD in 1, 12, and 13, that's would be permitted. If it was to go forward, it would be permitted pursuant to case 31886.
It is, yes. So we had originally applied for that spacing under a different case number.
Okay.
We submitted a case number change, for lack of a better word, on our APD to move it to 31886.
And then on L8, you said there's a 1920 permit in 4, 9, and 16.
Yes.
But you prefer to drill it on a 2560. So if this application is granted, there won't be no reason to keep that 1920.
That is correct. We did build our pad for that location based on this APD. So before we would be able to remove that APD, we would need to move forward with a plan for that location because it's no longer on corridor for development of a 2560.
So the location is built, and if this application is approved, we would terminate that 1920, and that's, I'm gathering that you have somewhat of an issue with that, or not?
That is, we would prefer to drill these wells on a 2560, but currently the only approved APD on that pad is this particular well. So we would just need to work with the commission on how we move forward with that location.
So where is that location at?
It's in the northern part of section 4.
So it's not going to work for a
Correct.
2560 well?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, what I would envision going forward with this application is approved, we would terminate that 1920. There would likely be a letter sent to Dakota saying that the spacing for that well is terminated, you can't drill it, and then you would just have to work to reclaim it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
In what capacity?
a geologist.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, let's go back to the packet of exhibits for 31887, specifically G1. Tell me what G1 is.
G1 is a structure map in subsea TBD on the top of the middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation. The contour interval is 50 feet. You can see as you're moving to the north, northwest, you're getting shallower, you're getting deeper to the south, southeast. Generally pretty structurally quiet. The one thing I will point out is on the Montana side in the northwest portion of the map, there is dissolution of the prairie salt, which is what's affecting the middle Bakken structure at that point. And then the cross section on the next exhibit is shown from A to A prime.
G2?
G2 is the cross section, just a quad combo showing the lower portion of the lodge pole down to the top of the bird bear, and we are targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Hervey,
Yes, sir.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jake, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
What capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jake, let's go to E1.
E1 shows the first proposed 2560 acre spacing unit with our 5 proposed 4-mile lateral middle Bakken wells.
And E2.
E2, very similar, second proposed 2560 acre spacing unit with our 5 proposed middle Bakken 4-mile laterals and a potential proposed pad location in section 17.
E3.
E3 is the third 2560 acre spacing unit with our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells and proposed pad location.
E4.
E4 shows the fourth of our proposed 2560 acre spacing unit wells with application for case 31887. Additionally, you can see the 3-mile lateral that would be associated with case 31886 in that 1920 acre spacing unit. So right now there would be 4 incremental 2560 acre wells and one 1920 acre well with the other case number. Ideally, we would like to end up with 5 2560 acre wells, and we would like to sundry that permit to go along with case 31887 and those 4-mile spacing units.
Okay, E5.
E5 shows what we were discussing, that Allie was discussing previously, with our last 25 acre spacing unit associated with this case, the 4 proposed 4-mile wells with case number 31887, and then the existing permitted and built BOC 0416-4BH, where you can see the pad location in section 4. You can see that our proposed location for developing these 4-mile laterals would actually be on the south end. That allows us to drill a 3-mile corridor to the south, and then on the same pad, drill our 4-mile laterals going to the north here. So as you guys kind of discussed, this case would make that pad not useful, and we would work to reclaim that.
And E6.
E6 shows the last spacing unit associated with this application. As Ali mentioned, it's a 4,100 acre spacing unit going all the way to the Montana border. You'll notice that we have 2 pad locations and 8 wells associated with this, and that's just to keep our recovery factor constant in the larger spacing unit.
Okay, and then E7.
E7 is our middle Bakken type well diagram for a 4-mile lateral. You'll note a TD of almost 30,000 feet here, and our planned 135 plug and pair frac stages.
And E8.
E8 is our reservoir and fluid properties for this area. We have around 42 API gravity here. Both middle Bakken and upper Three Forks reservoirs are present and saturated. And then I'm just showing volumetric estimates for both the 2560s and then the 4,100 acre unit as well, just showing that with the 5 wells in the 2560 or 8 wells in the 4,100 acre unit, you're at a roughly 16% recovery factor of the combined reservoirs.
And E9.
E9 is our middle Bakken economics for a 4-mile lateral. We're showing a roughly 715 MBO well, and then a rate of return of around 70% and payout over around 11 months.
And then finally, E10, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake on Exhibit E4. You show that 1920 well, but in reality, that's going to turn into a 4-mile well.
That's our goal.
Yeah. So that'd be 5.
5 total, yes, sir.
And the same thing with E5. Your plan or your goal is to drill 5 4-mile wells in each of these 2560s.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in effect, it would just be extended that other mile, and that would be on the 2560.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it appears that the advertisement for 36, 1, 12, and 13 and 33, 4, 9, and 16 requested 4 wells on the 2560.
We would then have to increase. So, since we have these two cases, one of them is related to the 1920s, and one of them is related to 2560s. We don't think six total wells is justified. So it was kind of a matter of how we handle that. So we would then increase density for 5 total wells within the 2560.
Yeah.
So it depends how they get approved as how we would then try to make them all 5. The goal is 5 4-mile laterals at the end of the day to get our recovery factor where we want it.
Yeah, you could. I mean, the order would come out for 4, and you could just make an application for increased density to go to 5.
Yep. Yeah, that was our plan.
Okay, thank you.
So along the lines of the application, I guess Romanet 5, maintain proper spacing for 4, 9, and 16. Per the testimony you just had, you don't intend to drill 4, 9, and 16 as the 1920. So there's no need to maintain that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I guess, are you withdrawing that portion of the application?
We can do that.
Okay.
You said Romanet 5? Are you sure?
4.
4, okay.
If I said 5, I meant 4.
Yep.
That last portion of it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I guess, Jake, just so I have it, what's your, I guess, idealized interwell distance on all of these? Do you have a rough number?
It's roughly 1,000.
And you end up roughly with that, or maybe a little over on the E6, the larger spacing unit.
Correct. It works out really similar on
Close.
recovery factor.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed to the other case. Okay. Allie, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31886. Let's go to L1. Is that the same or nearly the same as L1 in the previous case?
It is the same.
So all the testimony you would have provided here is equally applicable here?
It is.
Okay. And let's go to L2. Tell us what that is.
Exhibit L2 shows the 4 total DSUs that are the subject of 31886 and the hashed red line. It also shows the Daneville field outline as well as the Alcaville field outline in the very northeast corner.
Okay, and L3?
Exhibit L3, we did go over this 1920 at length in the last hearing. This is the 1920 that would be essentially dissolved if a 2560 was approved per 31887. It shows the underlying spacing in sections 1, 12, and 13 as existing 1280s, and our working interest in the 1920 is 66.19%.
And L4?
Exhibit L4 shows the proposed 1920 spacing unit to the south in sections 24, 25, and 36 of 161, 103. So this is directly to the south of that 2560 or 1920 we just discussed. As Jake mentioned in the previous testimony, our location would be somewhere around section 24. It would drill a 3-mile lateral to the south and a 4-mile lateral to the north. But our working interest in the 1280 and 13 and 24 is 90.63, and the 1280 and 25 and 36 is 57.10, and our working interest in the 1920 is 65.15.
L5?
Exhibit L5 shows the 1920 proposed spacing unit in sections 19, 30, and 31. Our working interest in the 1280 underlying 18 and 19 is 61.64%. The 1280 and 30 and 31 is 55.39%, and our working interest in the 1920 is 61.82%.
And L6.
And then Exhibit L6 shows the proposed 3,100 acre spacing unit in sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35 of 161-103. Our working interest in the 1280 and 14 and 23 is 73.90, and 26 and 35 is 77.57%. Once again, there was no spacing along the kind of narrower sections along the North Dakota-Montana border, but our working interest in the proposed 3,100 acre spacing unit is 70.13%.
Now, Allie, it's my understanding that there's some urgency in terms of receiving and ordering these two cases. Is that something you can discuss for us as to why there's urgency?
Sure. The DSU that we've kind of talked about at length, where the AL24, I'm going to remember that well correctly, where the AL2401 is submitted, as well as the 2436. Both of those APDs are submitted. Those are on our schedule for November.
Okay. And on your schedule for November, is that SPUD?
That's SPUD in November.
Okay. So you need some time to
build location. Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that we'll be following up with the commission with a letter requesting an expedited order?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So all the questions I have for this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
So Exhibit L3
Yes,
is somewhat irrelevant.
it is. If we're granted the 2560 and 31887, it is. Yes, sir.
So then it's just the 3 3-mile units to the south.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
You can proceed. Okay. Catherine, let's go to Exhibit G1.
G1 is the structure map in subsea TVD on the top of the middle Bakken member. The contour interval is 50 feet, and it's showing as you move to the north, you're getting shallower. As you're moving to the south, southeast, you're getting deeper. And the cross section on the next exhibit is annotated on the map.
G2.
G2 is going to be a quad combo from the lower portion of the lodgepole down to the bird bear, and we're targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Jake, let's go to E1, and perhaps when discussing this exhibit, you can discuss Mr. Gore's questions about relevancy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, E1 shows the one proposed 3-mile lateral associated with the 1920 and 1, 12, and 13. Again, as we've discussed, this one would become irrelevant with the approval of the 4-mile DSU in case 31887.
E2.
E2 shows the second, or I guess the first southern 1920 of this case. You can see our proposed pad location in the kind of border of section 24 and 13. And you can see the 5 proposed middle Bakken wells drilling to the south there.
And E3.
E3 shows our next 1920 acre spacing unit, 1930-31, proposed pad location in the 5 middle Bakken wells.
And E4.
E4 shows the larger 3,100 acre spacing unit up to the Montana border with our proposed 8 middle Bakken wells.
And E5.
E5 is our 3-mile lateral middle Bakken type well diagram with our planned roughly 100 plug and perf frac stages.
Same exhibit as the previous?
Just with updating the depths per 3-mile versus 4-mile and our frac stages.
Okay. And E6.
E6, same reservoir and fluid properties that we were showing in the previous exhibit, and then just updating the DSU size and the associated recovery factors with that at around 14% in these units.
E7.
E7, similar economics to what we're showing in the previous case, adjusting well performance for a 3-mile versus a 4-mile lateral. We're showing a 45% return for a 3-mile lateral on the other case, the economics of the 4-mile laterals exceed the economics of the 3-mile laterals, which is kind of our impetus to start making the transition to 4-mile laterals in areas of our field that don't already have too much 3-mile development.
And E8 is a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters.
That's correct.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? All right, that concludes our hearing for case numbers 31886 and 31887. Case number 31888. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcabo Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota as follows. 1. To create and establish 3 25/60-acre spacing units comprised of sections 12, 13, 24, and 25, Township 162 North, Range 103 West. Sections 8, 17, 20, and 29, Township 162 North, Range 102 West. And sections 10, 15, 22, and 27, Township 162 North, Range 102 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 25/60-acre spacing unit. 2. To create and establish an overlapping 25/60-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 9, 16, 21, and 28, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 25/60-acre spacing unit. 3. To create and establish an approximate 4,200-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 162 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed approximate 4,200-acre spacing unit. And 4. Maintain proper spacing for an existing 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorizing a total not to exceed 5 wells on said existing 1920-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter case 31888 on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. Will the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous 2 cases, 31886 and 31887.
And they're still on earth.
Okay. Let's go to the first exhibit, Exhibit L1. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to go through the qualifications again, even though you've done it already. Sorry about that. By whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
What capacity?
Landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the Commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert?
Motion granted.
Okay, Allie, now let's go to Exhibit L1, and you briefly describe what's contained on this exhibit.
Exhibit L1 is the same Exhibit L1 you've seen in the previous 2 cases, just showing the location of the area of interest of the case.
And L2.
Exhibit L2 shows the 4 25/60 spacing units and the 1 4,200-acre spacing unit that is the subject of today's case. I'll go through it just a little bit. This is in the Alcabo field. You'll also see the Daneville field just in the southern portion in navy blue. You mentioned that there is an overlapping spacing unit in sections 21, 28, and 33, that 1920 within the proposed 25/60 of 9, 16, 21, and 28. Very similarly to our case in the 31887. In this case, we could eliminate that maintenance of the 1920. We kept it there because we do have a proposed APD off of the Bach 4 pad that we discussed previously, going north into section 21. But in the case that a 25/60 was granted in 9, 16, 21, and 28, we would want that 1920 eliminated. I'll also note that you did not hear a DSU described in the case in sections 7, 18, 19, and 30. That was an error on my part. That has been applied for in August. So we didn't intentionally leave that out. It was just missing on. Yes.
And though it looks like you're requesting it here because it's inside a red outline, that's
right. We tried to make it purple, but it's hard to see on the printout, so I apologize for that.
Okay. Let's go to L13.
Our L3 is just the similar regional spacing layout we showed in 31887. I will just note this case 31888, is noted here. It's just the next set of 4 mile laterals north of 31887 that we just testified to.
Okay, and L4.
L4 shows our first proposed 25-acre spacing unit located in sections 12, 13, 24, and 25 of 162-103 West. There are largely 1280s up here because we had not continued our 1920 spacing to this area previously. So I list our working interest in each of the underlying 1280s. So in sections 11 and 12, we have 23.5% working interest. In 13 and 24, we have 31.32% working interest. And then in 25 and 36, we have 82.57% working interest. Our total working interest in the 2560 is 44.84%. And then I just noted that in case 31887, you will see that, let's see, what is that? Section 36, the 2560 we spaced below. I listed that working interest as that's section 36 right there to the south.
L5.
L5 shows the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in sections 8, 17, 20, and 29. It didn't look like there was existing spacing in 8 and 17 that I saw, but there was a 1920 spaced that we discussed in the previous case in 20, 29, and 32, which we have 16.9% working interest in. In the proposed 2560, including section 32 to the south, we have 64.75%, so that's just to the south right there. And then in the proposed 2560, that's the subject of this case, we have a 14.02% working interest in the DSU.
And L6.
L6 shows the 2560 in sections 10, 15, 22, and 27. Once again, I did not see existing spacing in 10 and 15, but the existing 19, 20, and 22, 27, and 34, Dakota has 60.67% working interest in it. 34 was spaced in 31887 as a 2560 with acreage to the south. And our working interest in the proposed 2560 is 60.93%.
L7.
L7 shows the 25-acre spacing unit in 9, 16, 21, and 28. Once again, I didn't see spacing in 9 and 16. But Coda's working interest in the underlying 19, 20, and 21, 28, and 33 is 50.72%. And then I note the working interest in the underlying 2560 that we proposed in 31887 that covers section 33. Once again, we had submitted a northern well off of that Bach 4 pad that we built, the Bach 0421-1BH, and we did have spacing there. But in the case that we are able to get a 2560 approved, we would not need the overlapping spacing, and we would work to reclaim that pad and withdraw that permit associated with the underlying 1920. And then Coda's working interest in the proposed 2560 subject to this case is 56.40.
And L8.
L8 shows the 4,200 acre spacing unit located in sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, 27. Coda's working interest in the underlying existing spacing in sections 2 and 11 is 26.95, and 14 and 23 is 45.54, and in 26 and 35 is 33.04. Our working interest in the proposed 4,200 acre spacing unit as a whole is 40.26%.
And in those situations, and it looks like there's a few where Coda owns less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing unit, will Coda have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
And is there a need for an expedited order in this case?
There is not.
Okay. That's it. Done. Yeah.
No more questions? Okay.
Yeah. No,
Any questions from the staff?
I probably have an editorial comment for Lawrence and the Dakota witnesses, but it would seem that this might be the appropriate time. If you look at Exhibit L3.
Be nice.
Pardon?
Be nice.
I am. To take those spacing units It's essentially 1280s to the Canadian border, with some shorter ones up against the Canadian border. And with this 4 mile development coming from the south, it probably is the appropriate time to terminate those 1280s to the north, obviously except for where there's a few that have wells in them. So nobody can go up there and start drilling 1280 wells without coming in for a hearing.
I'd have to defer to you all.
Yes, we agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Rich, you have? I see your hand. Okay. You can proceed, Lawrence.
Okay. Catherine, let's go to G1.
G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken member in subsea TVD. The contour interval is going to be 50 feet. As you look to the north, northwest, you're becoming shallower. South, southeast, you're getting deeper. And the cross section on the next exhibit is annotated from A to A prime.
Okay, G2.
G2 is quad combo logs from the lower portion of the lodgepole down through the bird bear, and we are targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Proceed.
Okay, Jake, E1.
Do we need to do the qualifications?
Oh, yeah. I should have never combined those two cases. Now I think I'm done, so I do apologize.
We need to do cat also.
Yeah, I didn't do that either.
I want to make sure.
Maybe just very quickly, Catherine, state your name for the record.
Catherine Pfeiffer.
And by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
In what capacity?
A geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion.
Or the testimony that she provided, consider that of an expert. And I apologize. It's like I said.
Me too. So
yeah,
motion.
Yeah.
Now we'll go Mr. Kirby.
Jake, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
In what capacity?
Reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jake, let's go to E1.
E1 shows the first proposed 2560 acre spacing unit with this application, and our 5 proposed 4 mile lateral middle Bakken wells.
And E2.
E2, same exact layout as in E1, just with the next unit over in 8, 17, 20, and 29 with the 5 proposed middle Bakken wells.
And E3.
E3, again, very similar to the previous 2, showing the 5 proposed 4 mile lateral middle Bakken wells in 10, 15, 22, and 27.
And E4.
E4 shows the 4 proposed 4 mile lateral middle Bakken wells associated with case 31888. As well, you can see the underlying 1920 associated with the BAC 0421-1BH submitted permit that we have discussed previously.
And E5.
E5 shows the larger 4,200 acre spacing unit that butts up to the Montana border, showing our 8 proposed middle Bakken wells from 2 proposed pad locations.
And E6.
E6 shows our typical 4 mile lateral middle Bakken type well diagram with our roughly 135 planned plug and perf frac stages.
E7.
E7 shows our reservoir fluid properties and volumetrics associated with these 2560s, and as well as the, I should say 4,200 acre spacing. I have a typo that says 4,100 acre there. I can adjust that, but the recovery factors will stay really, really similar and justify the 8 wells going into that unit.
And E8.
E8, again, shows our 4 mile lateral economics, our roughly 715 MBO planned well, and our 70% rate of return.
And Exhibit E9, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect railroad rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits in case number 31888.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, I think it's been addressed, but just making sure it's clear in the record, that 1920 well, that's the one that's planned to be canceled. They're going to cancel that permit, reclaim that pad that's built.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I assume it's also, you have 4 wells proposed here. Your ultimate goal would be to have 5 on the spacing unit.
That's correct, with a increased density to come.
Okay, so you'll apply for that extra well on the subsequent case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31888.
So, as in previous cases, so on 31888, Romanet 4 is essentially withdrawn. Oh, did I miss it? Sorry.
I'll say yes. Yes.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31888. Case number 31889. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bar Butte Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1. To create and establish a 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, Township 159 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. And 2. To create and establish 2 overlapping 2560 acre spacing units comprised of sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 159 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells on each proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case number 31889, on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. At this time, we respectfully request that this case and case 31890 be combined and consolidated for purposes of hearing.
Request is granted. I will call case number 31890 right now. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Hanks Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1. To create and establish 2 overlapping 2560 acre spacing units comprised of sections 4, 9, 16, and 21 and sections 5, 8, 17, and 20, Township 159 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 horizontal wells in each proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit. And 2. To create and establish a 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 6, 7, 18, and 19, Township 159 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed 2560 acre spacing unit and such further relief.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, appearing in this matter, case 31889, on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. We'll have 3 witnesses. First witness is Allie Schuster.
Yes, all your witnesses are still under oath.
Okay. Allie, let's, state your full name for the record.
Allie Schuster.
And by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
In what capacity?
As a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony as witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Allie, L1.
L1 is the same Exhibit L1 regional locator map showing the subject of all of our applications today.
L2.
L2 shows a zoom in of the 3 2560s that are subject to 31889. You'll note that we've outlined the Bar Butte Field Township, or field outline in green. The Hanks Field outline, which is the subject of the next case, which we are slightly combining in 31890, is directly to the west of this in dark red. You can kind of see it outlined, but essentially 159, 102 is split down the middle. East is Bar Butte, west is Hanks. And then we've also identified that there could be future 2560 development spacing below our proposed 2560 units here in the future, and that it fits going down to the development to the south.
And L3.
L3 is an exhibit you've seen previously. Just to outline, this is case numbers 31889 and through 31891. South of our Peach current development, we're just showing all 3 of these cases will be in this purple area today.
And L4.
L4 shows our first 2560 acre spacing unit located in sections 1, 12, 13, and 24. Shows our underlying working interest in the existing 1280s down here in sections 1 and 12, which we have 3% in, 13 and 24, which we have 9% in, and then a total working interest in the 2560 of 6% working interest.
And L5.
L5, and I will note that your exhibit shows L4. That does need to be updated to L5. I apologize for that error on our part, but this shows the 2560 acre spacing unit in sections 2, 11, 14, and 23. 2 and 11, our working interest in 2 and 11 is 80.7%. Our working interest in 14 and 23 is 94.14%, and our working interest in the overall 2560 is 87.46%.
L6, I guess that needs to be corrected.
Yes, this will also need to be corrected. Instead of L4, it should say L6. I apologize for that as well. Shows the 2560 and 310, 15, and 22. In 3 and 10, we have 75.7% working interest, and in 15 and 22, we have 41.48% working interest. And in the overall 2560, we have 58.63% working interest.
In those situations where CODA owns less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing units, will CODA have conversations with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, we will.
Okay. No further questions?
Any questions from the staff?
Ellie, in these two cases, it looks like there's some 1920s that need to be terminated. Is that right?
If I'm being honest, I am not sure if we have space 1920s down here, so I will double check, and if that is the case, we will let you know.
And what I'm seeing, it looks like 23, 26, and 35, 22, 27, 34, 21, 28, 33, 20, 29, 32, 19, 30, 31, our 1920s. It looks like everything is 1920.
Okay, we will.
So that block, so
yeah,
basically that 6-section block across here is
across the south
is all 1920s. So,
are you looking for something from us to indicate whether we request that or whether we don't have any objection to it?
I don't think so. I mean, it's kind of standard course of business that the commission has now. If we're not going to, unless there are extenuating circumstances, we're not going to allow 2 space units to occupy.
No, I understand that, but I didn't know if you needed something from us before you would enter.
We'll do that on our own.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Catherine, by whom are you employed?
CODA Resources.
What capacity?
A geologist.
In that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, G1.
G1 is a structure map and subsea TVD on the top of the middle Bakken member. The contour interval is 50 feet. As you look to the north, you're going to be shallower. As you're looking south-southeast, you're going to be deeper. And then the cross-section on the next exhibit is annotated from A to A prime.
G2.
G2 is just quad combo logs on 2 type logs showing from the lower lodge bolt down to the bird bear, and we are targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Jake, by whom are you employed?
CODA Resources.
What capacity?
Reservoir engineer.
And that capacity you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jake, let's go to E1. Tell us what that is.
E1 shows our first proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in 1, 12, 13, and 24, and our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells.
E2.
E2 shows the second proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. It shows 4 additional proposed 4-mile laterals, as well as an existing 2-mile lateral in an existing 1280 DSU.
E3.
E3 shows the third 2560 acre spacing unit Again, it shows our 4 incremental 4-mile lateral middle Bakken wells, as well as an existing 2-mile lateral drilled in an existing 1280.
And E4.
E4 is our 4-mile lateral middle Bakken type well diagram, showing our TDE at around 30,000 feet and our roughly 135 planned plug and perf frac stages.
E5.
E5 shows our reservoir parameters, fluid properties, and reservoir properties here. Again, we have the middle Bakken and the upper Three Forks both saturated and contributing to production. Middle Bakken's around 45 feet thick here. And then you can see that we're at around a 16% recovery factor for the combined flow unit.
E6.
E6 shows our 4-mile lateral economics, our roughly 715 to 720 MBO type well, with a rate of return of around 70%.
And E7, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect railroad rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, on the spacing units where you have existing 1280 wells, I'm looking at E2 to start with, I guess. Was there any consideration for putting in a 1280 well opposite the existing 1280 well that's in the south part of that?
We have considered it, and even with drilling it from the same pad at the same time that we would do the 4-mile laterals, we believe that the economics of the 2 miles still don't support development. We can submit a supplementary exhibit, but the kind of half cycle rate of returns are in the 15-ish%, which doesn't meet our kind of internal thresholds with our investors.
Okay.
We would kind of, to try to compensate, plan to frack the 2 adjacent wells where you have a bigger space, a bigger gap, basically try to complete that part of the lateral larger, and then go back to kind of our more standard design where we're offsetting the existing well.
Do you anticipate drilling the wells exactly as they're depicted, or would you space them out a little bit more evenly where there's only 4 wells across that?
I think to the extent that we're able to do that, yes. I would say it'll honestly depend on how many 4-mile laterals we've drilled at that point, and then whether we can handle that much additional kind of tortuosity in the well path. So if we're able to, we will, and then otherwise we'll complete that portion of the lateral bigger to try to drain in between more effectively.
Where you have those existing 1280s that have some depletion on a portion of the spacing unit, did you account for that in the economics at any way?
So we've seen with our offsets that we haven't had a lot of the parent-child depletion impacts. So right now that is neglected, but we haven't seen large impacts with our development.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed to the other case. You can proceed to the other case part of
Okay,
this.
right. Now we don't have duplicate qualifications. Allie, let's go to Exhibit L1. Tell us what that is.
Exhibit L1 is the same regional locator map of all of our cases today.
L2.
L2 shows the location map showing the 3 particular 2560s located in the Hanks field that are the subject of this application. It shows that case number 31889, which we just heard, is directly to the east, and case number 31891, which we will hear next, is directly to the west.
And L3.
Okay, L3 shows the proposed 2560 in sections 4, 9, 16, and 21. Dakota's working interest in 4 and 9 is 88.75, and in 16 and 21 is 72.18%. We do have an existing well in this DSU. It's this stout 3409-1BH. And Dakota's current working interest in the 2560 is 80.46.
And L4.
L4 shows the proposed 25 acre spacing unit in sections 5, 8, 17, and 20. We have existing wells in 5 and 8 and 17 and 20. And our working interest in 5 and 8 is 65.56%. Our working interest in 17 and 20 is 99.1%. And our working interest in the overall 2560 is 83.28%.
And L5.
Exhibit L5 shows the proposed 25 acre spacing unit in sections 6, 7, 18, and 19. There are no existing wells. Our working interest in the 1280 in 6 and 7 is 63.51, and our working interest in the 1280 in 18 and 19 is 79.21%. And let me clarify, there are no existing horizontal wells. And our current working interest in the 2560 is 71.41%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Proceed. Catherine, G1.
G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken member in subsea TVD. The contour interval is 50 feet. You can see as you are on the northern portion of the map, you are in a shallower area. As you move south-southeast, you are deeper. And the cross-section on the next exhibit is annotated from A to A prime.
G2.
This cross-section is 2 type logs with quad combo logs covering the lower portion of the lodgepole down to the bird bear, and we are targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Proceed.
Jake, E1.
E1 shows the first proposed 2560 acre spacing unit and our 4 proposed incremental 4-mile lateral middle Bakken wells, as well as an existing 2-mile lateral well.
E2.
E2 shows our next 2560 acre spacing unit and our proposed 4 middle Bakken laterals, as well as 2 existing 1280 acre 2-mile lateral wells.
E3.
E3 shows the third 2560 acre spacing unit and our 5 total proposed middle Bakken wells.
And E4.
E4 shows our 4-mile lateral middle Bakken type well diagram and our roughly 135 planned plug and perf frac stages.
E5.
E5 shows our reservoir parameters, fluid properties, as well as middle Bakken and upper Three Forks OJIT properties, showing that we'll have a recovery factor of around 16%.
And E6.
E6 shows our middle Bakken 4-mile lateral well economics, run at a $70 price deck, showing around a 715 MBO well and a rate of return of around 70%.
And E7 is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearings for case numbers 31889, 31890. Case number 31891. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Granora, Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1. To create and establish 4 2560 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 159 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 2560 acre spacing unit. And 2. To create and establish an approximate 3,800 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, and 20, Township 159 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 horizontal wells on said proposed approximate 3,800 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing case 31891 on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. We're going to have 3 witnesses in this matter.
And they're still under oath.
Okay. Allie, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
What capacity?
As a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ally, Exhibit L1.
Exhibit L1 is the same regional locator map from all the cases.
L2.
L2 shows the four 2560 acre spacing units and the one 3,800 acre spacing unit that are the subject of this case, all within the Granora field outline. It's also showing the case we just heard is directly to the east of this.
And L3.
Exhibit L3 shows the proposed 25 acre spacing unit in sections 1, 12, 13, and 24 of 159-103. Our working interest in the underlying 1280s is also noted, 43.59% in 1 and 12, 13 and 24, we have 86.9%, and our working interest in the total 2560 is 64.88.
L4.
Exhibit L4 shows the 2560 in sections 2, 11, 14, and 23 of 159-103. In sections 2 and 11, our working interest in the 1280 is 25.39%, and our working interest in the 14 and 23 1280 is 13.59%, making our working interest in the overall 2560 19.53%.
L5.
L5 shows the proposed 2560 unit in sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 of 159-103. Our working interest in 3 and 10 is 53.9%. Our working interest in 15 and 22 is 13.2%. Our working interest in the proposed 2560 is 33.59%.
And L6.
Exhibit L6 shows the proposed 2560 spacing unit in sections 4, 9, 16, and 21 of 159-103. Our working interest in 409 is 75.07%. Our working interest in 16 and 21 is 12.5%. And our working interest in the overall 2560 is 43.87%.
And L7.
And then Exhibit L7 shows our proposed 3,800 acre spacing unit in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 18, 19, and 20 of 159-103. Once again, we're bringing in the smaller sections along the North Dakota-Montana border. Sections 5 and 8, we have 37.18%. And sections 42, we have 44.21%. And in the overall proposed 3,800 acre spacing unit, we have 38.31%.
And in those situations where CODA has less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing unit, will CODA have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Ellie, it looks like there's a couple of 1920s on the east side here.
Okay.
So I assume you
It'll
want
be
to
our same
terminate those,
request.
and
Yes.
we may go further south and terminate some 1280s too, like we did on the north side. We'll have to. It's not going to be it's going to be tedious. Not going to be difficult. It's going to be tedious. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, Catherine, by whom are you employed?
CODA Resources.
What capacity?
Geologist.
And have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, G1.
G1 is a structure map in subsea TVD on the top of the middle Bakken member. The contour interval is 50 feet. As you're looking at the north-northwest, you are shallower. As you're moving south-southeast, you are getting deeper. And the cross-section of type logs on the next exhibit is annotated from A to A prime.
G2.
These are 2 type logs with quad combo logs over them, showing the lower portion of the lodgepole down to the bird bear, and we are targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Proceed.
Jake, by whom are you employed?
CODA Resources.
What capacity?
Reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jake, let's go to E1.
E1 shows the first proposed 2560 acre spacing unit in case number 31891. It shows our planned pad location as well as our 5 planned middle Bakken wells.
And E2.
E2 shows the second proposed 2560 acre spacing unit and our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells.
E3.
E3 shows the third proposed 2560 acre spacing unit, our proposed pad, and our 5 middle Bakken wells.
E4.
E4 shows the fourth proposed 2560 acre unit, our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells, and our proposed pad location in the north.
E5.
E5 shows the proposed 3,800 acre spacing unit abutting the Montana border to the west. I will apologize for a typo on the bottom that has a 2560 acre notation with our hash box. That should be 3,800. But in this area, these units are a little bit narrower than the ones to the north. And on a recovery factor basis, it justifies around 7 wells here to keep recovery factor similar to the other 2560s.
Easy well construction exhibits when there's no wells.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next exhibit, E6.
Okay. I will just note that on the timing, what we haven't discussed on this case, we'll be pushing for kind of expedited order on this one as well.
Okay. Before we go on to the next exhibit, though, why don't you tell us a little bit about that? What are the plans for drilling and
so right now we have our one drilling rig. It's a Stoneham rig. We're finishing a 5 well pad right now, and then we're actually gonna stack the rig on an upcoming location for about a month, and the rig contractor is going to retrofit the rig to allow for 4-mile lateral development. So right now it actually can't fit 30,000 feet of pipe in the derrick, so they're going to do some modifications that we're paying for to allow the 4-mile development. And then one of the DSUs associated with this case would be hopefully our first planned 4-mile laterals in October.
All right, now let's go to E6.
E6 is our 4-mile lateral middle Bakken well diagram, showing TD around 30,000 feet and our planned 135 plug-and perf frac stages.
E7.
E7 shows our reservoir and fluid properties around 42 API oil gravity, middle Bakken and upper Three Forks thickness, porosity, and saturation. And recovery factors around 16 or 17%, depending on whether you're looking at the 2560 acre units or the 3,800 acre unit.
And E8.
E8 shows our middle Bakken 4-mile lateral economics at a $70 price deck. We're showing around 11-month payout and 70% rate of return.
And E9, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect creditor rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31891. Case number 31892. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Sioux Trail Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 6, 7, and 18 and sections 19, 30, and 31. Township 160 North, Range 101 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on each proposed 1920 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 31892, on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating, LLC. And we will have 3 witnesses in this matter. Same 3 witnesses appeared in the previous 6 cases.
And they're still under oath.
Okay. And first witness is Allie Schuster. Allie, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources.
What capacity?
As a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Allie, let's go to Exhibit L1.
Exhibit L1 is our same regional locator map showing where all these cases have been located.
And L2.
Exhibit L2 is the location map showing the 1920s that are the subject of this case in the Sioux Trail Field outline in 160-101. You will also see the existing 1280 spacing, which no wells have been drilled to, which we will want to vacate with this application.
And L3.
Exhibit L3 shows the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit in sections 6, 7, and 18. Dakota's working interest in the underlying 1280 and 6 and 7 is 58.12%. Our working interest in the underlying 1280 and 18 and 19 is 86.25%. And our working interest in the proposed that says 2560 should be 1920. I apologize for that. And the proposed 1920 is 70.26%.
And L4.
And Exhibit L4 shows the second 1920 spacing unit located in sections 1930 and 31. Once again, we're showing the underlying 1280 and 18 and 19 where our working interest is 86.25%, and the underlying 1280 in sections 30 and 31 where our working interest is 73.32%. And once again, our working interest in the 1920, I apologize for that error, is 74.94%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
What capacity?
a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Catherine, let's go to G1.
G1.
What that is.
G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken member. It's in subsea TVD with a contour interval of 50 feet. As you're moving to the north, you are getting shallower. South, you're going to be getting deeper. And the cross section on the next exhibit is annotated from A to A prime.
Okay, G2.
G2 is 2 type logs showing quad combo logs covering the lower portion of the lodge pole down to the bird bear, and we are targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Jake, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
In what capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jake, E1.
E1 shows the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit in 6, 7, and 18. Our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells, along with a pad that would accommodate both of these 1920 acre spacing units.
E2.
E2 shows the second 1920 acre spacing unit to the south. Our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells and the pad that is the same as the exhibit before.
E3.
E3 shows our 3-mile lateral middle Bakken type well diagram and our roughly 100 planned plug and pair frac stages.
E4.
E4 shows our reservoir and fluid properties, showing 5 wells and with a EUR of around 540 MBO each at a 14% recovery factor.
And E5.
E5 shows our 3-mile lateral economics at a $70 price deck, showing around a 45% rate of return.
And E6 is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31892. Case number 31842. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Cottonwood Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31842. Case number 31300. Application of Formentera Operations LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool Divide, County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. This case has been continued to our August hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31300. Case number 31301. Application of Stevens Willison LLC doing business as SEG Willison LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Bluffton Bakken Pool Divide, County, North Dakota to establish an overlapping 1920-acre stand-up spacing unit comprised of all of sections 9, 16, and 21, Township 162 North, Range 97 West, and authorizing the drilling, completion, and production of a total not to exceed 8 horizontal wells in such proposed spacing unit, and such of the relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31301. I'm now going to call case number 31847, which is originally on our administrative docket, but we've received a letter and objection, so it's now going to be part of our regular docket. Case number 31847, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order pursuant to NDAC 43020388.1, pooling all interest for wells drilled on the overlapping spacing unit described as Section 1, Township 155 North, Range 95 West, Beaver Lodge Block and Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, as provided by NDCC 380808, but not reallocating production for wells producing on other spacing units and such other relief as is appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter on behalf. I'm sorry, I put my documents away. This is okay. I'm sorry. Appearing on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. As you pointed out, Mr. Examiner, this is an objection to a pooling application filed by Continental Resources, Inc. As you know, Mr. Examiner, the statute's very clear with respect to pooling. If there is a spacing unit, if there's an application, if there are fractional tracts, the Commission has no alternative but to enter a forced pooling order. An affidavit was submitted to the Commission pointing out that all the criteria required under 380808 have been met. There's nothing in the correspondence that was submitted to the Commission to suggest that Continental Resources did not submit all the necessary information and evidence to allow a order to be entered. So we would request that the Commission follow the guidance and requirements of Section 3808 of the North Dakota Century Court and enter a pooling order.
Any questions or comments from the staff?
I'll ask a question, unless I don't even know the answer, but is she an unleased mineral owner?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
But once again, I don't think it makes any difference. And
Okay, I will admit this letter in this case subject to all of your comments. And that concludes our hearing for case number 31847.
Yeah, I was just going to say I don't have any objection to the letter being made a part of the record.
Case number 31478, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC for an order for the Hart Butte Bakken Pool and or Twin Buttes Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, to create and establish the following. 1. 1280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 7 wells in said proposed 1280-acre spacing unit. And 2. An overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 147 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31478. Case number 31844, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charbonneau Bakken and or Moline Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 149 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 31844. Case number 31676, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Ranch Coulee Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, and 25. Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and such further relief. This case has been continued to our August hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31676. And that concludes our hearings for the day.